Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I used a face aging filter, but the reflection screamed. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing that went wrong was small enough that I tried to laugh it off. My phone camera was pointed at the bathroom mirror. The face aging filter locked onto my reflection instead of my actual face, and the old woman on the screen opened her mouth before I did. Not wide, not dramatic, just a quick, sharp movement, like she had been startled by something behind me. The sound came half a second later. A thin little burst from the phone speaker. Not a scream, exactly. More like the audio glitch you get when a video starts playing under another app. A clipped, breathy noise. Human enough to make my fingers tighten around the case. Then the filter lost my face. The screen went back to showing me, 27 years old, damp hair stuck to my temple, toothpaste foam at one corner of my mouth, standing in the cramped bathroom of an apartment above a bakery in Portland, Maine, while rain rattled against the tiny frosted window like thrown rice. I stood there with my toothbrush in one hand and my phone in the other. The fan hummed overhead. A pipe ticked behind the wall. Downstairs, someone dragged a metal tray across a counter. A long scraping sound that made the whole floor seem to vibrate. And then my phone cheerfully asked if I wanted to save the clip. My name is Claire Donovan. I'm 27, female, American, and at the time I worked as a junior social media manager for a boutique skincare company that sold $68 vitamin C serum to women who already owned humidifiers shaped like sculptures. I know how that sounds. I spent my days making things look softer, brighter, more balanced. Less tired, less textured, less true. That was the job. That was also, if I'm being honest, the problem. I had been testing a face aging filter because our team was planning a campaign about aging confidently, which meant we needed posts that looked sincere without making anyone feel old, poor, sick, or angry. The filter was supposed to be funny. A little unsettling, maybe, but safe. A trend we could borrow and sand down until it became brand friendly. I had told myself I was only testing lighting. Really, I was checking what I would look like when time stopped being theoretical. My bathroom mirror had bad lighting, the honest kind. One bulb over the medicine cabinet had burned out 3 weeks earlier, and the remaining bulb buzzed when the air got damp. It gave everything a greenish tint. The chipped sink, the towel hook, the half-empty bottle of micellar water, my own face with the faint crease between the eyebrows I kept pretending was from squinting at emails. I stared at the phone. The screen showed the freeze frame, my reflection, aged by the app into a woman with softer jowls, deeper lines, and hair gone gray at the roots. The filter had exaggerated my mother's mouth onto me. That was the part that made me hate it. I tapped the clip. For a second, nothing happened. Then the video played. There I was in the mirror, foam on my lip, eyes tired. The filter snapped over my reflection with a shimmer. My older face appeared, her eyes shifted slightly left, not toward my body, but toward the space near the shower curtain. Her mouth opened. The little sound came again. This time, through the speaker, it had shape. Not a word, but effort, like someone trying to yell through a closed door. I stopped the clip so fast my thumb hit the screen twice. Absolutely not, I said to the bathroom. The bathroom, being a normal bathroom in a normal rental apartment with mildew in the grout and a radiator that clanked at night, said nothing back. I did what people do when they are unsettled by something they don't want to be unsettled by. I looked for the boring explanation. The app was glitching. It had grabbed the mirror image because I was holding the phone at a weird angle. The audio was probably from some ad in the background, or from my neighbor's TV through the wall, or from the bakery downstairs, where the morning crew came in before sunrise and sometimes played music low enough that it rose through the floor as bass and vowels. I played it once more with the volume down. The old reflection opened her mouth. This time, without the sound, it was worse. I locked the phone. The screen went black, and in it I saw myself again. Not filtered, not old, just me, standing too still with toothpaste drying on my lip. Behind me, the shower curtain hung flat and white. I yanked it open anyway. The tub was empty except for a hair stuck to the drain, and a bottle of eucalyptus shampoo tipped on its side. Good, I whispered, and hated myself for whispering. The apartment smelled like damp towels, coffee grounds, and the cinnamon rolls rising downstairs. Rain softened the windows, blurring the brick building across the alley into blocks of dull red and yellow light. On most mornings, I liked that. It made the place feel tucked away, hidden in a good way. That morning, it made it feel watched. My roommate, Maren Lick, 28, female, Danish-American, was already in the kitchen when I came out, sitting cross-legged on one of our mismatched chairs and eating cold noodles from a mug. Maren worked nights as an ER nurse at Maine Medical Center and had the practical, scraped clean calm of someone who had seen too many people panic over the wrong thing. She was small, blonde, and strong in a way that showed when she lifted a laundry basket like it weighed nothing. She also had a habit of diagnosing everyone emotionally while pretending she was only making coffee. She looked up from her mug. "You're making the face." "What face?" "The face you make when either your boss emailed before 7 or WebMD told you have a Victorian illness." I leaned against the counter and tried to sound normal. "Do you hear anything weird from downstairs?" Maren paused, listened, then shrugged. "Oven doors, rain, that truck with bad brakes on Congress." "Why, no reason, Claire." I opened the fridge, stared at a carton of oat milk, and closed it again. I was testing a filter. "Ah," she said, "the haunted algorithm got you." It didn't haunt me. That's exactly what someone would say in the first 10 minutes of a movie where nobody owns sensible shoes. I almost laughed. Almost. The relief came close enough that I let myself turn around and hold the phone out to her. "Just watch this and tell me it's a glitch." Maren wiped her fingers on a napkin and took the phone. The clip played. I watched her face instead of the screen. Her expression did not change much, but her chewing stopped. The old reflection opened her mouth. The small clipped sound jumped from the speaker. Marin blinked once. Then she handed the phone back and said, "That's gross." Gross as in creepy gross, or gross as in normal tech gross? Both. Marin, she sighed, and got up to rinse her mug. The faucet coughed before the water came out, brown for half a second before clearing. Old building, old pipes. Everything had an excuse if you waited long enough. "It looks like the filter tracked the mirror instead of you," she said. Apps do that. It probably used some saved audio from another video, or your mic picked up something and the compression made it weird. The mouth moves before the sound. That's called lag. It looked at the shower. It looked at whatever the app thought a face should look at. That was sensible. I wanted sensible. "Still," I said, "can compression make it sound like a person?" Marin turned off the faucet. One drop fell after, then another, ticking against the sink. "Compression can make a radiator sound like a person. You know this." She was right. I did know. I had once convinced myself someone was saying my name from the alley at 2 in the morning, only to discover a loose street sign rocking in the wind. This was a private flaw of mine, though I would not have called it that then. I noticed patterns too quickly. Faces in dark windows, footsteps in the rhythm of old pipes, my name in fragments of conversation from strangers passing below. I told myself it was part of my job, being alert to tiny details, sensing what people might react to before they reacted. But it had been there before the job. When I was 16, my mother had started forgetting words. At first, it was funny. Refrigerator became cold closet. License plate became car tag thing. Then she began forgetting where she had parked, whether she had taken pills, why she had walked into a room. By the time she was 56, doctors were using careful language, and my father had started labeling drawers with blue tape. I learned early that the worst things did not always announce themselves. Sometimes they arrived as a misplaced sentence and sat quietly at the table. So yes, I noticed things. Too much. Marin knew some of that, not all. She softened her voice. "Did the filter make you look like your mom?" I looked down at the phone. "A little. That's why it got under your skin." Maybe. She leaned against the counter. "Delete the clip. Use a different filter. Or don't use aging as a campaign angle because it's gross and your boss should be embarrassed." That time I laughed for real. It came out thin, but it counted. My phone buzzed in my hand. A message from Jonah. Jonah Price, 29, male, American, was my coworker and the closest thing I had to a best friend at the company. Mostly because he treated marketing like a hostage situation. We were both trying to survive. He was tall, black, from Worcester originally, and had a way of making jokes while still noticing who had not spoken in a meeting. He handled video editing for our campaigns, which meant he knew more about filters, artifacts, codecs, and terrible brand ideas than anyone should. His message read, "Please tell me you tested the Crypt Keeper filter because Celeste wants options by 9. A second message came in immediately after. Also, she used the phrase age journey. Unironically, so pray for me, I typed back. I tested 1. It did something weird. 3 dots appeared, then define weird. I hovered over the keyboard. The apartment seemed suddenly too full of small sounds. Marin opening a drawer, rain tapping the fire escape, the refrigerator motor kicking on with a tired shudder. From below, the bakery door chimed, and a woman laughed at something I couldn't hear. I sent the clip. The moment it left my phone, I regretted it. Not because it was embarrassing, though it was, but because sending it made it feel less like a private glitch and more like a thing that existed outside my bathroom now. A thing with copies. Marin watched me from the counter. You sent it to Jonah. He edits video. He also once spent 20 minutes convincing you a raccoon was a roof goblin. That was different. There was a raccoon. There was a shadow. There was a raccoon-shaped possibility. She pointed at me. That sentence is why you need breakfast. Before I could answer, Jonah called. I picked up on speaker. Claire, he said, no greeting. His voice sounded muffled, like he had the phone wedged between his shoulder and ear. I could hear traffic behind him, wet tires hissing on pavement. What app is this? Good morning to you too. What app? I told him. He made a thoughtful noise. Okay, don't post that. I wasn't going to post it. Don't send it to Celeste either. That made Marin look over. I straightened. Why? Because she'll love it for the wrong reasons. Jonah, I'm looking at it frame by frame. Already, I'm on the bus. This is the most interesting thing that's happened since a guy tried to bring a full-size shovel on board. Marin came closer, arms folded. Jonah continued. The face mesh is drifting. That part's normal. The app's trying to map landmarks on your reflection, and mirrors can mess with depth estimation. But there's audio embedded in the clip. Embedded how? Like it's not ambient noise recorded during the video. It has a different profile. Maybe an ad cache. Maybe the app slapped some weird audio layer in by accident. I don't know yet. My stomach tightened around nothing. So it didn't come from my bathroom. Probably not. Probably is not my favorite word. Then definitely maybe not. Jonah, sorry. His tone shifted. Did you have another app open? TikTok, Instagram, anything? No. Screen recording? No. Bluetooth connected? I glanced toward the little speaker on the windowsill, dead and unplugged. No. Marin said, that's a terrible sound. Jonah startled. Hi, Marin. Hi, tell her it's normal. It's normal adjacent. Jonah, what? That's better than abnormal. I rubbed my thumb against the edge of my phone case until the rubber squeaked. Can filters pull faces from old photos? Sometimes, if the app has access and you allow it, but not into a live camera unless you're using a specific template. Why? No reason. Marin gave me a look. I ignored it, because the truth was, the aged version of my face had not only looked like my mother. For a fraction of a second, right before the mouth opened, it had looked like an old photo of her from the summer before things got bad, her face turned slightly away. Eyes focused on something just outside the frame. I had that photo saved on my phone. I never looked at it on purpose, but I never deleted it either. Jonah said, can you send me the original file, not compressed through text? You're taking this seriously now. I take compression seriously. Human suffering, no. Compression, yes. Jonah, I'm kidding. Mostly. Send it through Drive or AirDrop when you get in. I want to check the metadata. I looked toward the bathroom doorway. The mirror was out of sight from where I stood, but I could see the slice of yellow light on the hallway floor. The fan was still running because I had forgotten to turn it off, and its steady buzz now felt like a machine trying too hard to seem harmless. I'm working from home this morning, I said. You are? Celeste said I could. Celeste Hart, 41, female, American, our creative director, was the kind of boss who wore wide-leg trousers in winter and said things like discomfort is where the brand lives. She liked me because I answered emails quickly and rarely argued in meetings. I disliked that about myself more than I disliked her. Jonah said, "Okay, then upload it, I'll look." Marin mouthed, "Delete it." I mouthed back, "1 second." My phone buzzed again. This time it was an app notification. The Face Aging app had sent it, even though I had closed it. Your future self has a message. Tap to reveal. I stared at the words. A raindrop hit the kitchen window hard enough to burst against the glass. Marin leaned in. "What?" I tilted the screen toward her. Expression changed before she could tidy it up. Jonah's voice crackled from the speaker. "What happened?" "App notification," I said. "What kind?" I read it aloud. For 2 seconds, nobody spoke. Then Jonah said carefully, "That's probably part of the app. Engagement bait." "Probably," Marin said quickly. Too quickly. "That's all these apps do. They scare you into opening them." The notification sat there bright and stupid on my lock screen, surrounded by my ordinary morning clutter. Weather alert. Calendar reminder. Jonah's unread texts. A coupon from the pharmacy. My thumb hovered over it. Marin caught my wrist. Not hard, just enough. "Don't tap it while you're freaked out," she said. "I'm not freaked out." "You are holding your breath." I let it out. Jonah said, "Claire, can you screen record before opening it?" Marin snapped. Why would she open it? For evidence. Evidence of an app being creepy. Evidence of what the app does next. That was Jonah. Curious first, cautious second. Usually it was useful. Right then, it felt like someone opening a door because the hallway noise was interesting. I looked between Marin's hand on my wrist and the notification glowing on my phone. The rain kept ticking against the window. The bakery downstairs had started its morning music, something soft and old with a brushed snare drum that came through the floorboards like a heartbeat with manners. The apartment smelled warm now, sugar and yeast climbing up through the vents, mixing with the sour dampness of my towel and the mint on my tongue. Normal things, all of them normal. And yet the little message stayed there, patient as a held breath. Your future self has a message. I could delete the app. I could throw the whole clip away and go back to writing captions about skin resilience and embracing every decade. I could tell myself that fear was just my brain trying to make grief useful. Or I could tap it and prove, one way or another, that it was nothing. Marin let go of my wrist. "Claire," she said, quieter now, "choose the version of this morning you want to have." Jonah, still on speaker, said, "Whatever you do, don't do it without recording." I stood in our kitchen with wet hair drying against my neck, my phone warm in my palm, and the bathroom mirror waiting down the hall. Then I opened the screen recorder, and I had not tapped the notification yet. I started the screen recording because it gave me something to do with my hands. There's a small comfort in procedure. You press the button. You wait for the red countdown. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, the panic in your body has a frame around it. A little red dot in the corner that says this is not just happening to you. It is being captured. It can be shown to someone else. It can be paused and zoomed in on and explained. At least, that's what I told myself. Marin stood close enough that her shoulder brushed mine. She had changed from her pajama shirt into a gray sweatshirt, her nurse badge still clipped to the pocket from the night before because she had forgotten to remove it. That detail bothered me for reasons I could not name. The badge had her face on it, smiling under fluorescent hospital lighting, younger than she looked that morning. Or maybe I was just noticing faces too much. Jonah was still on speaker, his voice tiny and compressed on the kitchen table. "Okay," he said, "before you tap it, read me exactly what's on screen." I swallowed. "Your future self has a message. Tap to reveal. Any other buttons?" "No, just the notification banner. Don't open the app from the icon. Pull down the notification shade and tap the banner." Marin turned toward the phone. "Why are you giving her instructions like this is a bomb?" "Because if she opens the app normally and the notification disappears, we lose the state." "The state," Marin repeated. "You mean the creepy advertisement?" "I mean the thing we are trying to understand." I almost said, "Stop talking like I'm not here." Instead, I touched the banner. The app opened. For a second, the screen went white, so bright in the gray kitchen that I squinted. Then the camera view appeared, front-facing by default. My own face filled the screen, too close, chin shadowed, eyes shiny, in a way that made me look like I had already been crying. A black prompt slid up from the bottom. Message available for CLAIREDONOVN. Age 67. Under it was a button labeled "View in mirror mode." "No," Marin said immediately. Jonah said, "That's new." "New as in the app does this now?" I asked. "New as in I have never seen that feature. You've used this app for work, for memes, for one very disturbing brunch. It does not usually use your full name." Marin reached for the phone. "Close it." I pulled back, sharper than I meant to. "Don't." Her mouth tightened. Click. "It has my name." "Exactly. I need to know why." "No, you want to know why. Those are different." That should have landed. It did, a little. Marin had a way of saying obvious things at the exact moment I had made myself unavailable to them. But the full name on the screen had changed the shape of the morning. Before, I could blame the filter, the reflection, the weird audio on the sloppy edges of technology. Apps glitched. Cameras misread faces. Audio cached itself where it shouldn't. The app using my full name without permission felt less like a glitch and more like a hand reaching through a crack. "Apps scrape data all the time," Jonah said, as if he could hear my thoughts curdling. "Your phone account, your email, autofill, social login. Did you sign in?" "I don't remember." Marin looked at me. "You don't remember? I downloaded 3 different apps last night. Celeste sent links. I was tired. You gave some random app permissions. It asked for camera access. They all do. And photos. I don't know. Contacts. I don't know, Marin." The kitchen went small around us. Rain tapped against the window in quick, nervous bursts. Downstairs, the bakery music had stopped, replaced by voices, and the dull thump of something heavy being set on a counter. The refrigerator motor clicked off. For a moment, the apartment was quiet enough that I could hear my phone warming in my hand. Jonah cleared his throat. "Claire, go to settings. Check permissions." I backed out of the app, half expecting the screen to resist, but it closed normally. Settings opened normally too. That made it worse in a way. Nothing about the phone looked infected or cinematic, just menus, blue toggles, the modern language of consent. The app had camera access, microphone access, photo access, location access, contacts access. Marin made a sound through her teeth. Claire, I know. Why does a face filter need your contacts? It probably doesn't, Jonah said. Probably, Marin snapped, is doing a lot of work today. I stared at the list until the words blurred. My private fear, the ugly one, was not only that I would age like my mother. It was that I had already inherited the worst part of her illness in miniature. The missed detail, the wrong choice, the little administrative failure that becomes a disaster because you were tired and wanted to get through the day. My mother had once left the stove on and cried for an hour after we found it, not because of the flame, but because she understood what it meant. I had laughed at app permissions. I had tapped allow because Celeste wanted options by 9. Now my full name was inside a notification pretending to be my future self. Turn them off, Marin said. I toggled everything off, one by one. Camera, microphone, photos, location, contacts. Then Jonah said, check your email. Why? Because if the app used your email to make an account, there might be a verification message. I opened Gmail. At the top sat an unread email from an address I didn't recognize. Subject, your face map export is ready time. 7:14 a.m. It was 7:16. I didn't touch it. Marin leaned over my shoulder. Face map. Jonah's voice lost its joking edge completely. Do not open attachments. There's an attachment. I don't know, just don't. I tapped the email anyway, because apparently that was who I was that morning. A person who heard warnings as background noise if they stood between me and an answer. The message body loaded. No logo, no formatting, just plain black text. Hi Claire, your requested face map package is ready. Mirror capture. 070311 source. 188 brackets sent. Unit 2 secondary match detected. Confidence. 71% delivery scheduled. 0800 at the bottom was a gray button. Download package, no sender name, no company address, no unsubscribe link. My apartment had walls, a locked front door, a mailbox with my name on masking tape because the landlord still had not replaced the label. And there, in the middle of a plain email, was the address. Not just the building, the unit. Marin took the phone from my hand. This time, I let her. Delivery scheduled, she said. Jonah said, delivery of what? None of us answered, because there was a sound under us. The bakery doorbell. Then a man's voice, faint through the floorboards, too low to understand. Marin and I looked down at the same time, as if the ceiling had become transparent. It's a bakery, she said, but her voice had gone careful. People come in. At 7:16. They open at 6. The floor creaked under her as she moved to the kitchen window. Our apartment faced the alley, not the street. But if you leaned into the corner and looked past the fire escape, you could see a slice of bracket. Wet pavement, parked cars, the black awning over the bakery entrance. Marin pressed her forehead close to the glass. I can't see the door. Should we call the bakery? I asked. And say what? Ask if someone came in with a delivery. Marin turned back. Claire, We need to slow down. Jonah said, actually, no. Have 44 minutes until whatever delivery scheduled means. That's the time-sensitive problem. Marin glared at the phone. You are not helping. I am helping by naming the problem. You're making it feel like a scavenger hunt. It already feels like a scavenger hunt, except the prize might be identity theft. That phrase should have calmed me. Identity theft was awful, but it was normal awful. Credit cards, accounts, police reports, hours on hold. A human mess made by humans. I clung to it. Maybe someone scraped my info, I said. Maybe the app is shady. They're sending some data package. The delivery is digital. Then why include your unit? Marin asked. The answer arrived as a buzz in my hand. Except Marin was holding my phone. The buzz came from hers. She looked down at her own screen and went completely still. What? I asked. She did not answer right away. Marin. She turned the phone so I could see. A text from an unknown number. Tell Claire not to look in the mirror again before delivery. It makes the match worse. Marin's phone had never used the app. My mouth went dry. Jonah said, what happened? Someone talk. Marin read the text aloud. Her voice was flat in the way nurses get when a situation is bad enough that emotion would waste oxygen. Okay, Jonah said. Okay. That means contacts access. It texted you because you're in my contacts, I said. Or because we're on the same Wi-Fi, he said. Or because, never mind. Airplane mode, both of you. Now, Marin was already doing it. I fumbled my phone and nearly dropped it. My fingers felt too large, stupid on the screen. Airplane mode on, Wi-Fi off, Bluetooth off. The icons changed. Nothing exploded. No new message appeared. Just the ordinary phone, suddenly useless in my palm. Marin exhaled through her nose. We're leaving. That startled me more than the text. What? We are leaving the apartment. To go where? Hospital, police station. Anywhere with people and cameras. Police are going to think we're idiots. Police think everyone is an idiot. It's part of their day. Jonah said, I agree with Marin. You always agree with the person not holding the cursed phone. It's not cursed, he said quickly. It's compromised. Great. My phone has a medical diagnosis. Marin was already moving, practical, efficient. She grabbed her keys from the bowl by the door, then stopped and looked at my phone. Bring it, but don't unlock it. What about the email? Don't touch the email. What about the screen recording? Bring it. What about my laptop? No, my work laptop has no Claire. Her sharpness clipped the room. I recoiled and she saw it immediately. Sorry, she said, I'm sorry. But no bags, no digging around shoes, coat. We leave now. I wanted to argue because arguing would mean this was still a roommate disagreement and not something with a clock on it. But my phone screen showed 7:22, 38 minutes until 8. I put on sneakers without socks. The left heel folded under my foot, and I had to jam a finger down to fix it. That tiny delay made me furious enough to almost cry. Marin opened the apartment door. The hallway outside smelled like old plaster, wet wool, and the warm sugar from downstairs. Our building had 3 residential units above the bakery, with a narrow stairwell that turned twice before reaching the street door. The bulb on the first landing flickered in cold weather. That morning, it flickered even though the air was mild. Mrs. Alvarez, Marin called softly toward the unit across the hall. No answer. Mrs. Alvarez, 73, female, Puerto Rican American, lived alone in Unit 3, and usually had her TV on loud by now. Morning news rattling through the wall while she fed her orange cat. She was not part of our little crisis, not yet, but the quiet from her door made me notice the building differently. "Don't," I said. Marin looked back. "Don't what? Don't make this bigger." "I knocked yesterday and she said her daughter was picking her up early." "You didn't say that. You were at work." The explanation landed, dull and reasonable. Still, the hallway felt staged. Too empty. Too many closed doors. We started down the stairs. Halfway to the first landing, my dead phone buzzed. I stopped so abruptly, Marin bumped into my back. "It's in airplane mode," she said. It buzzed. "Claire," it buzzed. I pulled it from my pocket. The screen was black, no notification, no call, no visible reason. Jonah's voice came from the kitchen behind us, small and tinny. We had left him on speaker. Both of us turned. From inside the apartment, through the open door, he was saying, "Claire, Marin, did you guys leave? Hello." Then another sound came from the phone in my hand. Not a buzz this time. Voice memo began playing through the speaker, though the screen remained black. It was the same clipped, breathy sound from the first video, only longer now, scraped raw by compression. A woman's voice, older, trying to speak through static. "Don't," the word cut off. Marin grabbed my wrist and slapped the power button. The sound stopped. For 1 second, we froze on the stairs, two grown women in a damp stairwell, listening to rain hit the building and Jonah call our names from the kitchen like he was very far away. Then the lights went out. Not just the flickering stair bulb, the hallway, the apartment behind us, the bakery music below. Everything dropped at once. The building made a soft electrical sigh. Emergency daylight bled in from the narrow window on the landing, gray and thin. Somewhere below, a man cursed. A metal pan clattered. The smell of baking sugar seemed stronger in the dark, almost too sweet. Marin moved first. "Power outage, keep going." But when we reached the street door, it would not open. She pushed the crash bar. It stuck. She pushed harder. The old metal frame gave a dry, stubborn clunk. "No," she said, quiet and angry. I reached around her, tried the handle, then the deadbolt knob. The deadbolt had slid into place. From the inside, that made no sense. The street door locked automatically from the outside, but from the inside, it was supposed to open with the bar. Fire code. I knew that because our landlord, Gary Pike, 62, male American, had once told us proudly, after replacing the lock with something restaurant grade. He bought secondhand from a closed deli in South Portland. Marin shoved it with her shoulder. The door rattled but held. "Gary's lock," I said. "Call him." "Phones are in airplane mode. Turn it off." I turned mine off airplane mode. No bars, no Wi-Fi, just the blank little symbol that meant the building had become a box. Marin checked hers. Same. From the bakery side of the door, voices rose. "Hey," Marin shouted. "We're stuck in the stairwell." A pause, then muffled movement. A woman's voice from below, on the other side but not close. "What?" The doors jammed. Footsteps approached. Someone tried the street door from outside. The handle jerked. "It's locked," the woman called. "No kidding," Marin muttered. "Can you open from your side?" Marin closed her eyes for half a second. No, more voices. A man said something about the breaker. Another voice said to call Gary. Normal people, normal confusion. Then, from above us, my apartment door creaked. We both looked up. The hallway above was almost dark, only the rectangle of my open doorway visible. Inside, Jonah's voice had gone silent. My laptop, still on the kitchen table, had probably died with the power or gone to sleep. A floorboard shifted in my apartment. Not the settling tick of old wood. A step. Marin heard it too. Her hand moved without drama to the heavy key ring between her fingers. She slid one key between her knuckles. Not a weapon, not really. More like a decision. Claire, she whispered, did you close the bathroom door? I tried to remember. Mirror, phone, kitchen, settings, email, shoes. No. Another sound came from upstairs. A soft bump, then a slow scrape, like something being dragged across tile. My bathroom was directly above part of the stairwell. Marin started backing down toward the street door, keeping her eyes on the landing above. Yell again. I did. Help, we're trapped in here. My voice cracked against the walls. It came back to me thin and embarrassing. Below, someone pounded on the outside door. Fire department's coming, the bakery woman shouted. Stay there, as if we had options. My phone lit up in my hand. No service, no Wi-Fi. Still, the screen brightened and a notification appeared over the lock screen. Delivery arriving early time. 7:31 a.m. Marin stared at it. Above us, in my apartment, the bathroom fan turned on. That was impossible because the power was out. Its buzz seeped into the stairwell, steady and mechanical, followed by one more sound. A woman's voice, older and hoarse, coming from inside my apartment. Not from the phone this time, from the bathroom, screaming once. Short, abrupt, like someone had seen us leaving. Marin looked at the jammed street door, then up toward my open apartment, then back at me. We can wait for the fire department, she whispered, or we can go back up and close that door. The pounding below continued. The fan hummed above, and my phone, warm as skin in my hand, began recording again by itself. Marin chose the apartment, not because she wanted to. I could see that in her face. She looked at the street door with the bakery staff pounding from the other side, then up the dark stairwell toward our open door, where the bathroom fan buzzed like an insect trapped behind glass. Her jaw flexed once. Decision made. We close the apartment door, she said. Then we come back down and wait. That's not what you asked, I whispered. I know. You said go back and close that door. Now I'm saying it better. The difference mattered. Going back into the apartment was one kind of stupid. Going back only far enough to shut the door was a smaller kind. A manageable kind. The kind you could convince yourself into while the fire department was supposedly on its way, and your phone was recording without permission in your sweating hand. The stairwell was narrow, with the street door at the bottom, the first landing halfway up, then a second short flight to our floor. Mrs. Alvarez's door sat across from ours, both apartments facing each other over a strip of worn brown carpet that always smelled faintly of cat litter and old radiator heat. At the far end, a small window looked into the brick wall of the building next door. No escape there unless you were made of paper. Below us, a woman from the bakery shouted. We called. They said 10 minutes. 10 minutes sounded both close and impossible. Stay by the door, Marin shouted back. Then she looked at me. You stay here. I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, but because my body had reached the stage of fear where instructions sounded like insults. No, Claire, no, I'm not standing alone in a dark stairwell while you go into our apartment. We're not going in. That's the kind of sentence people say before they go in. She opened her mouth, then closed it. That was how I knew I had won, or at least exhausted her. We climbed together. Every step felt too loud. The old stairs gave little wooden complaints beneath us. My left sneaker, still sockless, rubbed raw against my heel. I could feel a blister forming with each careful lift of my foot, a hot coin under the skin. My hand had tightened around my phone so hard that the corners had pressed red marks into my palm. At the top landing, our apartment door stood open, maybe 8 inches. Inside was gray, the kitchen window giving just enough rainy light to outline the table, the hanging dish towel, the shape of Marin's mug by the sink. The hallway ran straight from the front door toward the bathroom at the back. To the left was my bedroom, to the right Marin's. The bathroom was at the far end, its door open, its mirror just out of sight around the angle. The fan was definitely on. A steady electric burr in a powerless building. My phone screen glowed again. Still recording. The red timer counted up. 000438. I'm turning it off, I whispered. Marin gripped my wrist. Don't unlock it. It's recording. Then let it record. The bathroom fan hiccuped, not stopped, hiccuped, like something had interrupted the current. Marin's fingers tightened. Door, she mouthed. She reached forward and hooked 2 fingers around the apartment door. Slowly, she pulled it toward us. The old hinges gave a tiny squeal. From inside the apartment, something moved fast. A blur shot out low across the floor. I made a sound that scraped my throat raw. Marin slammed her back against the wall, keyring raised. The blur hit my ankle. It was orange, wet, and furious. Mrs. Alvarez's cat, Paprika. He yowled like he had paid rent, and we had failed him personally, then bolted between us down the stairs, claws clicking on the wood. For one stupid second, I thought I might collapse with relief. Cat, I gasped. Marin bent over, one hand on her knee. I saw. Why was he in our apartment? Mrs. Alvarez's daughter probably left him. Or he slipped in when the door was open. Or when someone opened it. She looked at me. The relief didn't last, because Paprika had come from inside our apartment, and his fur was damp along the back, not rain damp, bathroom damp. His tail was puffed so wide he looked broken. Marin pulled the door again. This time it closed. The latch clicked. Nothing threw itself against it. Nothing screamed. Attempt 1, close the door, contain the apartment, wait downstairs. Partial success. For about 3 seconds. Then my phone spoke. Not rang, not buzzed, spoke. A mechanical female voice, the kind used by navigation apps, came through the speaker while the screen stayed locked. Mirror mode active. Marin's eyes snapped to mine. I pressed the power button. Nothing happened. I pressed it again, hard enough to hurt my thumb. The voice continued. Continue capture to improve match confidence. Marin grabbed the phone and tried the force restart combination. Volume up, volume down, hold. Her nurse hands were quick, exact. The screen flickered, but did not go dark. The red recording timer kept counting. Turn it off, I said. I'm trying. Take the battery out. It's an iPhone, Claire. Then break it. She looked at the phone, then at the stairwell window, then down toward the bakery voices. For a second, I thought she might actually smash it. Instead, she shoved it into the front pocket of her sweatshirt and zipped the pocket closed. No more looking at it, she said. That's my phone. That is currently a bad object. Bad object. I'm tired, she was. I could see it now that we had stopped moving. The skin under her eyes had gone purple-gray. She had worked a 12-hour shift before coming home. There was a red line on her cheek from where her mask had been. Her hands trembled slightly when she lowered them, not from fear alone, but from fatigue and caffeine and too little food. The fan behind our closed door kept humming. Below, someone pounded on the street door again. Marin, I called down. A woman answered, they're coming. It was Marin, obviously. My brain had misfired. I had called my roommate's name down the stairs while she stood beside me. She noticed. Hey, her voice changed, softer. Look at me. I'm fine. No, you're not, but you're here. I nodded too many times. Then Mrs. Alvarez's door opened. Not fully, just a crack. A chain caught. One eye peered through. Mrs. Alvarez, 73, female Puerto Rican American, was alive and wearing a quilted purple robe, her silver hair flattened on one side. She looked annoyed rather than frightened, which in that moment felt like a mercy. What are you girls doing? She demanded. Marin let out a breath. Mrs. Alvarez, are you okay? No power. Cats screaming. People banging. Of course I'm okay. Paprika was in our apartment, I said, her eye narrowed. He is not supposed to be. He ran downstairs. That, finally, opened her door another inch. Downstairs. The bakery has him, probably. She muttered something in Spanish that I did not catch, but understood in spirit. Marin stepped closer. Mrs. Alvarez, do you have cell service? No, TV off too. She looked past us at our closed apartment door. Why is your bathroom fan on? Neither of us answered quickly enough. Her annoyance faded. What happened? That was attempt 2, though I didn't know it yet. Use Mrs. Alvarez's apartment as a safe place. Her unit had a front room overlooking the street, a landline mounted near the kitchen, and windows that opened onto the fire escape at the back. I remembered all of that from the time I helped Carrie in her groceries during a snowstorm. Can we come in? Marin asked. Just until the fire department gets here. Mrs. Alvarez hesitated, then unhooked the chain. Her apartment smelled like coffee, talcum powder, and cat food. The layout mirrored ours, but felt smaller because every surface had something on it. Framed photos, ceramic birds, mail stacked under magnets, a crocheted blanket over the sofa. The front windows faced Brackett Street. Through the rain-speckled glass, we could see the black bakery awning below, and a small knot of people gathered on the sidewalk. The street door was visible from here. Closed. A delivery van was double parked across from it, white, unmarked, engine idling, windshield wipers ticking. My stomach dropped so fast I had to grip the back of a chair. There, I said. Marin moved to the window. Could be anyone. It's a delivery van in a city in the morning. At 7:30, bakeries receive deliveries. Mrs. Alvarez shuffled between us. That van was not there before. Marin looked at her. When did it arrive? I don't know. I heard the cat, then the lights. Below, the bakery woman came out under the awning and gestured angrily at the van. The driver's side door opened. A man stepped out wearing a dark rain jacket and a beanie pulled low. Average height. Light skin, maybe. Hard to tell through rain and glass. He held a clipboard or tablet. My phone, zipped in Marin's pocket, started vibrating. A steady, urgent buzz. Marin did not reach for it. The man looked up, not at the bakery woman, at Mrs. Alvarez's window, at us. I stepped back so fast I hit the table. Something ceramic toppled and shattered. Mrs. Alvarez snapped, "Careful. Sorry, sorry." Marin pulled me away from the window. Could he see us? He looked right at us. People look at windows when people are staring out of them. That's not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. Mrs. Alvarez went to the wall phone by the kitchen and lifted it. No dial tone. She pressed the cradle twice. Nothing. "The landline is dead," she said. Marin swore under her breath. This was the tightening. You could feel it. Every sensible route narrowed as soon as we stepped toward it. Phones, unreliable, street door, jammed. Neighbor's landline, dead. Fire escape, maybe. Waiting, possible. But now there was a van outside and something buzzing in Marin's pocket. "Back window," Marin said. Mrs. Alvarez's apartment had a narrow kitchen at the rear. Beyond it, a window opened onto the same rusted fire escape that ran past our bathroom window. Summer, Marin and I used it illegally for basil plants and one sad tomato vine. From there, stairs led down to the alley behind the bakery, then through a side gate to Brackett Street. It sounded like an escape. It looked like one too until we got there. The window had been painted, mostly shut years ago. Mrs. Alvarez kept a small wooden stool beneath it for Paprika. Rain streaked the outside glass. Through it, the fire escape looked slick and black. Marin grabbed the lower sash and pushed. Nothing. She pushed harder. The window gave a sticky wooden groan, but did not lift more than an inch. Mrs. Alvarez said, "Landlord said he fixed that." "Gary says a lot," I said. Marin braced one foot on the wall and hauled upward. The sash jumped 2 inches, then stuck again. The old paint cracked with a sound like knuckles. From the front room, Mrs. Alvarez called, "The man is talking to Rosa." "Who's Rosa?" I whispered. "Bakery owner," Marin said. Of course she knew. Marin knew people because she paid attention in a normal, useful way. I paid attention like I was collecting evidence for a trial no one had agreed was happening. I went to the kitchen drawer and grabbed a butter knife. Marin looked at it. "What are you doing?" "Helping." I jammed the knife into the painted seam. It slipped. The blade skated sideways and cut across the base of my thumb. Pain arrived bright and immediate. Shit. Blood welled fast, darker than I expected, running toward my wrist. Caught my hand. Pressure. "I'm fine. Pressure, Claire." She wrapped my hand in a dish towel from Mrs. Alvarez's oven handle and squeezed. The sting made my eyes water. Not dramatic, just body-level betrayal. Another delay, another small failure. From the front room, Mrs. Alvarez said louder, "He gave Rosa something." Marin and I looked at each other. The phone in her pocket stopped vibrating. Then Then my phone's mechanical voice spoke through the fabric, muffled but clear. Delivery received. Mrs. Alvarez appeared in the kitchen doorway. What delivery? None of us moved. Then a heavy knock hit the street door below. Once, twice. A voice carried up from outside, distorted by the stairwell and rain. Package for Claire Donovan. Marin whispered, "Do not answer." I almost laughed again, because we were on the second floor in a neighbor's kitchen with a bleeding hand and a painted shut window. Answering was not exactly on the table. Below, the bakery woman shouted something back. I couldn't make out the words. The man shouted, "Requires signature." Another knock. Marin took the dish towel from my hand long enough to check the cut. Not deep, keep pressure. It hurt more once she said that. Mrs. Alvarez crossed herself, then seemed angry that she had done it. "This is scam." "Yes," Marin said at once. "Probably." "Then why is he here?" No one answered that either. The fire escape attempt became attempt 3. Get out the back before the man got in the front. It failed slowly, which was worse than failing all at once. Marin found a metal spatula and worked the opposite side of the window. I kept pressure on my thumb and tried to help one-handed, my cut pulsing against the towel. Mrs. Alvarez stood at the front of the kitchen, looking between us and the hallway, as if guarding both directions by force of personality. The window rose another inch, then another, enough to let in rain smell and cold air. Not enough for a person. Outside, something clanged on the fire escape. I flinched so violently I hit my elbow on the counter. A dark shape moved past the glass. Tall, human-sized, close. Mrs. Alvarez screamed. Marin spun, spatula raised like a knife. The shape knocked against the window. Then it unfolded wings. A soaked black trash bag, blown loose from someone's bin, had snagged on the fire escape railing. Wind punched it against the glass again, making it bow inward like a face pressing close. For a second, none of us breathed. Then Marin lowered the spatula. "Trash bag," she said. Mrs. Alvarez slapped a hand to her chest. "I hate this building." The misdirection should have broken the tension. It did the opposite, because now we knew our bodies could be fooled that easily. A bag could become a person. A buzz could become a warning. A mirror could become an old woman screaming. Marin yanked the window again with a frustrated grunt. The sash finally shot up. At the same moment, a screw snapped somewhere in the frame. The window dropped back down like a guillotine. Marin jerked her hands away just in time, but the frame clipped 2 fingers. She hissed, clutching them. "Marin, I'm okay." She was not entirely okay. The skin over her knuckles was already swelling, and one nail had split near the edge. Not an emergency, not compared to anything else. But I saw her face tighten, saw the cost of every action stacking inside her. The window was stuck worse than before, crooked in its frame. Attempt 3 failed. From downstairs came a new sound, keys, metal scraping in a lock. Marin went very still. "Bakery staff," I whispered. Mrs. Alvarez shook her head. "Rosa does not have keys to that door." The scraping continued. Then a clunk. Then another. The street door opened. We heard it clearly, the swollen wooden drag, the rush of rain noise, the bakery woman saying, "Hey, you can't just," a man's voice answered, polite and too close to cheerful. building maintenance. Marin's eyes met mine. Gary's second-hand lock, the jam, the outage, the scheduled delivery. Human threat, I thought. The phrase came with a terrible relief. Human meant possible. Human meant worse. Footsteps entered the stairwell. One set. Slow, not sneaking. Confident. Mrs. Alvarez whispered, "Gary." Marin shook her head. The footsteps reached the first landing. My phone, still in Marin's pocket, began recording audio aloud. Not the old woman this time, Jonah. His voice came through in a chopped playback, as if the phone were replaying our earlier call. "Claire, don't post that, don't send it metadata." Then my own voice. "It has my name." Then Marin's. "We're leaving." The phone was playing our conversation back into the apartment like a lure. "Turn it off," I whispered. Marin ripped it from her pocket and pressed every button she could find. The playback kept going. Footsteps paused below. The man in the stairwell had heard. Marin looked around Mrs. Alvarez's kitchen. No exit, no working phone, no usable fire escape. Front door led back to the landing, to him. Our apartment door was closed, but not safe. Mrs. Alvarez's bathroom had a tiny window painted shut and too high for anything but steam. "Bedroom," Mrs. Alvarez whispered. Her bedroom faced the front, same as the living room, but had a closet deep enough for old suitcases. The three of us moved quietly down the short hall. Mrs. Alvarez was slower than us, and I had to keep myself from pushing at her back. My injured thumb throbbed inside the towel. My heel burned raw. The apartment seemed suddenly crowded with objects waiting to betray us. Loose floorboards, ceramic birds, the ticking wall clock that had stopped at 7:29 when the power died. The bedroom, Mrs. Alvarez shut the door almost all the way. Through the crack, we could see the hallway. Through the front wall, we heard the stairwell. The footsteps climbed, stopped at our floor, a knock on our apartment door. Gentle, Claire Donovan. Marin covered my mouth with her uninjured hand before I realized I had made a sound. The man knocked again. "Claire, I'm with Face Map Support. We detected an account security issue." No one moved. He tried our apartment door. The latch held, a beat. Then he knocked on Mrs. Alvarez's door. Once, twice. "Ma'am," he called, "building maintenance. We need everyone to evacuate because of the electrical fault." Mrs. Alvarez's face crumpled with anger. Not fear, anger. He had chosen the right words. Electrical fault. Evacuate. The language of reasonable danger. The kind that makes good people open doors. Marin leaned close to her ear and mouthed no. The phone in Marin's hand suddenly went dark. For one blessed second, I thought it had died. Then the screen lit with the camera view. Not from my hand, not front-facing. The view showed Mrs. Alvarez's hallway from outside her apartment, our hiding place, her door, us behind it, visible through the crack. The camera angle was low and tilted, as if from a device held near someone's chest. The man outside had a live feed. Marin saw it at the same time I did. She whispered one word, "Move." The knock became a kick. Mrs. Alvarez's door shook in its frame. She cried out. A second kick cracked the chain plate against the wood. Marin grabbed my arm and dragged me toward the bedroom window. Even though we were on the front side of the building, and there was no fire escape there, only a 2-story drop to the wet awning below. Behind us, the third kick splintered something. Mrs. Alvarez shouted, "Get out of my house." The door burst open. And that was the point where retreat stopped being a choice. Because the man was inside the apartment, the stairwell was behind him, the back window was jammed, and the only way left was forward, through Mrs. Alvarez's bedroom window, onto the slick bakery, awning above the sidewalk, with rain striking the glass, and Marin already lifting a chair to break it. Marin broke the bedroom window on the second swing. The first hit glanced off because her injured fingers slipped on the chair leg. Wooden seat cracked against the glass and bounced back hard enough to knock her shoulder into the dresser. She made a sharp animal sound, half pain, half fury. The man was in the hallway. We could hear him, not rushing, not panting, just moving through Mrs. Alvarez's apartment with a calm that was worse than hurry. His shoes squeaked once on the kitchen linoleum. Something ceramic clicked under his foot. One of Mrs. Alvarez's little birds, maybe. "Claire," he called. "Nobody needs to get hurt." Mrs. Alvarez, standing between the bed and the closet in her purple robe, spat something in Spanish that needed no translation. Marin lifted the chair again. "Marin," I said. "I know." She swung. Glass burst outward. The sound was enormous in the little room, a bright crash that seemed to tear the air open. Rain blew in immediately, cold and needling. The smell of wet street rushed over us, diesel, coffee, hot bread, old brick. Broken glass clung to the frame in jagged teeth. Below, people shouted. Bakery awning sat maybe 4 feet beneath the sill, sloping down toward the sidewalk, black fabric shining with rain. It was not meant to hold people. It sagged already under the weight of water pooled near the middle. I saw all of it in one glance. The drop, the slick fabric, the metal support arms bolted into the brick, the sidewalk below, the white van double parked across the street with its back doors closed. Too far down to jump cleanly, too exposed to stay. Behind us, the bedroom door opened. The man filled the doorway. He looked ordinary, and that made him more frightening. White, maybe mid-30s, average height, rain jacket zipped to the throat, blue knit beanie darkened with water. His face was narrow and wind-reddened. No mask, no dramatic scar. A messenger bag crossed his chest, and in one gloved hand, he held a phone with the camera pointed toward us. He smiled like we had inconvenienced him. "Claire Donovan," he said. Marin stepped between us and him with the chair still in both hands. "Get out." He raised his free hand. "I'm not here for you." "That's not better," Marin said. Mrs. Alvarez grabbed a lamp from her bedside table. The cord yanked from the wall with a dry pop. "You get out of my apartment." The man glanced at her, then back to me. "I need the device and the verification capture. That's all." My injured thumb pulsed inside the bloody dish towel. "What device?" "Your phone." My phone was still in Marin's sweatshirt pocket, zipped shut, silent now as if it had decided to pretend innocence. Marin said, "You broke into an old woman's apartment for a phone." His smile tightened. "I entered because there's an active account breach tied to this address." "Then call support," Marin snapped. "Oh, wait." His eyes flicked toward her pocket. He knew. That was when I understood the phone was not just compromised. It was broadcasting somehow. Maybe not through cell service. Maybe Bluetooth. Maybe a peer-to-peer connection. Maybe the app had opened something it should not have. Jonah could have explained it if he had been there, probably with too many words and not enough fear. But the man's eyes had moved to the right place. Marin saw it too. She swung the chair at him, not like a movie, not clean. The legs hit the doorframe first, throwing off the angle. One leg caught his shoulder, and another clipped his wrist. His phone flew from his hand and skittered under Mrs. Alvarez's bed. He cursed and lunged. Marin shoved the broken chair into him. He grabbed it. They wrestled for it, both of them making small, ugly sounds through their teeth. Mrs. Alvarez swung the lamp at his head. She missed his head. She hit his forearm. The lamp base cracked against bone with a dull, believable thud. He shouted then, "Real pain, human pain." For half a second, he stopped being a system, a message, a delivery schedule. He was just a man who could be hurt. That helped. I moved. I grabbed the phone from Marin's pocket. It was hot. The screen lit as soon as my fingers touched it. Camera view, mirror mode. My own face, rain-lit and shaky, filled the display, aged into that wrong, older version. The mouth moved out of sync. The eyes were not looking at me. Text crawled across the bottom. Match confidence. 83% secondary subject. In range, upload pending secondary subject. Mrs. Alvarez, or Marin, or my mother's photo. The man saw the screen and forgot Marin for one fatal second. "Give me that," he said. Marin drove her knee into his thigh. He buckled, but did not fall. He shoved her backward. She hit the dresser hip first and went down, knocking framed photos onto the floor. "Marin, window," she yelled. "Go." Mrs. Alvarez climbed first because Marin made her. That was the only way it happened. Mrs. Alvarez would have stayed and swung that lamp until the man broke her arm. Marin grabbed her by the robe, shoved her toward the window, and said, "Out, feet first, hold the frame. I am 73, then be 73 outside." Mrs. Alvarez cursed her again, but obeyed. I helped clear glass from the sill with my wrapped hand. Pain shot up my arm as a shard sliced through the towel and caught the side of my wrist. Not deep, but enough to make me gasp and smear blood on the white painted frame. Mrs. Alvarez got one leg out, then the other. For a second, she was sitting on the sill with rain flattening her silver hair, one slipper dangling over the awning. "Don't look down," I said, because everyone says that and nobody obeys. She looked down. "Oh, Mother of God." Below, Rosa, the bakery owner, shouted, "We have you. Move slowly." Two men from the sidewalk had pulled a cafe table under the awning, as if that would help, as if humans could not bear to do nothing even when doing something made no sense. Mrs. Alvarez slid and caught her. It sagged violently. She screamed more anger than terror and grabbed the metal support bar. The whole structure groaned, but it held for now. "Claire," Marin yelled. The man had recovered. He stepped over the broken chair, one hand tucked against his body, the other reaching toward me. His forearm hung wrong where the lamp had hit it, not broken cleanly maybe, but damaged enough that his fingers twitched instead of closing. "Phone," he said. His voice was different now. No politeness. "You don't know what you opened. You opened my door. I closed a leak." Marin rose behind him with blood on her lip. "You first." She threw herself at his back. They crashed into the wall. The old plaster cracked. A picture fell. Mrs. Alvarez's bedroom door slammed half shut from the impact, then then bounced open. The phone in my hand began to play audio. Not Jonah, not me. A woman's voice, older, ragged, close. "Don't let him take my face." The words broke apart under static, but I heard them. So did he. His head snapped toward the phone, and for the first time, fear crossed his face. Not of us, of the recording, that mattered. It meant the scream, the voice, the future self message. Some part of it was not supposed to be happening. Not supernatural, not impossible. Evidence. A prior victim. A data artifact. A live stream. Something human had left inside the machinery, and it scared him because it could identify him. I looked at the phone screen again. The old version of me trembled over my face. Under the match text, a file name appeared for 1 second. M. Alvarez 2019, reflect capture. WAV Mrs. Alvarez. Secondary match. My brain caught up in pieces. A neighbor, a reflection. A captured face from years ago. A data set built from scraped images, hacked cameras, filters, mirrors, whatever the method. Mrs. Alvarez had been in it before me. The app had not invented an old woman. It had matched one, maybe her, maybe others. "Mrs. Alvarez," I shouted through the broken window, "did you ever use a face app?" "What?" she screamed from the awning. "Face app, aging filter. I used one at my granddaughter's wedding." "Why?" The man lunged. I ran. Not out the window. Not yet. Toward the bed. His phone was underneath it. The live feed. If my phone was the bait, his was the proof. He understood at the same time I did. "Claire." He shoved Marin aside. He grabbed his jacket and went with him, dragged across the floor on one knee. He kicked backward. His heel caught her ribs. She folded, breath punched out of her in a horrible hollow sound. No plot armor, no graceful recovery. Marin stayed down. I dropped flat and reached under the bed. Dust, a slipper, a box. Something sharp nicked my knuckle. My fingers closed around his phone. He grabbed my ankle. I kicked. My heel, already raw, slid in my sneaker. His gloved hand clamped tighter and pulled. My chin hit the floor. My teeth clicked together. Pain burst white behind my eyes. I twisted, clawing at the floorboards with my bloody hand, and saw Mrs. Alvarez's lamp cord lying near the bed. Not plugged in. Useless as a lamp. Useful as a cord. I grabbed it. He dragged me back another foot. I looped the cord around the leg of the heavy wooden bed frame and held on. For one ridiculous second, we were both stuck. Him pulling my ankle, me gripping a lamp cord tied around furniture. His phone pressed under my chest, my own phone screaming static beside my face. Then Marin, still on the floor, kicked his bad arm. He let go with a sound that tore out of him. I scrambled away, coughing dust. The phone in my hand was unlocked. His phone. A live camera app filled the screen. 4 little tiles. One showed Mrs. Alvarez's hallway from a camera clipped near his jacket zipper. One showed the stairwell below, empty except for bakery people clustered at the bottom. One showed our bathroom. The angle was from the mirror. Not inside the mirror. Of course not. From a tiny camera stuck at the lower edge of the medicine cabinet, black against black, where the burned out bulb and mildew shadow would hide it unless you knew to look. In the camera tile, the bathroom fan was spinning. A small battery-powered device blinked red on top of the cabinet. A speaker. That was the scream. That was the fan. That was the impossible. The fourth tile showed the inside of the white van. A laptop open on a metal shelf. Rows of folders, faces, so many faces. My face was there. Marin S., Mrs. Alvarez's, my mother's photo. I saw it for half a second, and that half second did something permanent to me. My mother's younger face, scraped from my phone or cloud backup or some old tagged post, sitting in a folder beside strangers as if grief were just another input. The man staggered up. "Give it back," he said. I held both phones. For the first time, I had something he needed. Marin pushed herself onto one elbow. Her breath made a wet clicking sound that scared me more than the man. "Claire," she rasped. "Window. Now." The phone with the live tiles showed movement in the van. A progress bar. Upload resuming. 91% if he got either device back, if the upload finished, if he walked out with whatever he came for. This became one more report no one believed until it happened to someone else. I looked at the broken window, the awning, Mrs. Alvarez clinging to the support bar outside, rain pouring down her robe. Rosa below, shouting for us to come on, come on. The man between us and the bedroom door. Marin on the floor, hurt. The phone in my right hand still recording. The phone in my left showing proof. Improvisation, bravery, desperation. None of them felt noble. They felt like having no good choices and picking the one with teeth. I threw my phone at the window, not out, at the jagged frame. It hit the sill, bounced, and landed screen up in the broken glass. Mirror mode still active. My aged face stared from the display. The man flinched toward it, not because it was magic, because it was still uploading, because it was evidence, because he needed it intact. He reached for it. Marin saw the opening and slammed both feet into the back of his knee. His leg buckled. I ran at him shoulder first. I'm not strong. I do not know how to fight. I hit him badly, too high, more collision than attack. But he was off balance. Marin had taken his knee, and the wet floor near the window was slick with rain and glass dust. He fell sideways into the dresser. The mirror above it cracked. A spiderweb split his reflection into pieces. Made a sound then that I still hear sometimes, not a villain-esque shout, not a threat. A frightened grunt from a man suddenly aware of gravity, glass, witnesses, consequences. Mrs. Alvarez from outside reached in through the broken window. Her hand was bleeding. She had climbed back toward us. She grabbed the curtain rod and pulled with all her weight. The rod tore free from the wall and came down across the man's face. It did not knock him out. People do not go down that easily. It stunned him. Enough. I shoved his phone into the waistband of my leggings, grabbed my own phone from the sill, and reached for Marin. "Can you move?" "No," she said, then immediately, yes, that was Marin. Honest for one breath, then useful. We got her to the window. Every motion hurt her. I could see it. Her face had gone pale under the freckles, and one arm stayed tight against her ribs. Maybe cracked, maybe bruised. Either way, the cost was real. Below, sirens finally appeared in the distance. Not rescue yet. A sound. A promise. The man heard them too. His expression changed. He grabbed my jacket. The pull spun me around. My injured hand hit the broken window frame. Glass went into my palm this time. I felt it enter, a hot, clean invasion. I screamed and dropped my phone. It slid across the wet floor toward him. He went for it. So did I. Marin grabbed his messenger bag strap from behind and twisted it around her forearm. Mrs. Alvarez, still half outside the window, swung the torn curtain rod again. Rosa and the bakery men below yelled up, a useless chorus of panic and advice. The man got 2 fingers on my phone. I got the dish towel around his wrist. Blood made everything slippery. I pulled. He pulled back. The phone slid between us, recording the ceiling, the broken glass, our shoes, the cracked dresser mirror. In the cracked mirror, I saw the bathroom reflected through the hall behind him. Apartment door across the landing had opened. Not by itself. Paprika stood in the doorway, orange tail high, having somehow returned upstairs through the chaos like cats do, offended and damp. Behind him, in our apartment, the bathroom light flickered on. Battery light, I realized now. Another device. The man had planted equipment before we ever woke up fully. Maybe through the fire escape. Maybe with keys. Maybe during some earlier maintenance visit by Gary or someone pretending to be him. App had not created the threat. It had triggered the collection. The scream had been a warning from the system's leftovers, but the danger wore shoes. I wrapped the dish towel tighter around his wrist and pulled his hand toward the broken glass on the sill. He realized what I was doing. Don't. The word was small. I did it anyway, not deep enough to sever anything. I didn't know how. I didn't want to. I dragged his glove and skin across the jagged edge until he released the phone with a shout. Cost. His blood mixed with mine on the painted wood. He punched me with his injured arm, badly, weakly, but it still caught my cheekbone. My vision flashed. I fell back against the bed. Marin screamed my name. The sirens were close now. The man turned to run, not toward us, toward the hallway, toward our apartment, toward the equipment, the proof. I grabbed his phone from my waistband. The live tile showed the van upload at 97%. I did the only thing I could think of. I opened the camera app on his phone and began recording the live tiles with my own phone. Phone filming phone. Ugly, shaky, ridiculous, useful. Then I screamed as loud as I could out the broken window. He has cameras in our bathroom. White van. He broke in. He's deleting evidence. The sidewalk below erupted. Rosa shouted it louder. One of the bakery men ran toward the van. The other pointed up at the window. People emerged from storefronts and apartments, phones raised. The man in the hallway stopped. That was the part he had not planned for. Not police, not heroics, witnesses, messy, wet, angry neighbors with cameras of their own. He bolted anyway. Marin tried to follow and collapsed against the dresser, gasping. I couldn't help her and stop him. That choice split me down the middle. Mrs. Alvarez solved it. She picked up the broken chair leg and hurled it through the open bedroom door. It hit him in the back of the head. Again, it did not knock him out. It made him stumble, enough for Paprika to shoot between his legs. The man tripped. He fell hard on the landing outside Mrs. Alvarez's apartment, shoulder hitting the railing, head striking the wall with a sound that turned my stomach. He tried to get up. The The bakery men reached the top of the stairs then, not sudden saviors, because they had been there all along, pounding, shouting, waiting for the door to open. And now the open door gave them a route. Rosa was behind them with a rolling pin. One man tackled the intruder low. The other kicked the dropped phone away from his hand. He fought. For maybe 10 seconds, he fought like an animal in a trap. Then his bad arm failed him. His cut hand slipped on the floor, and the bakery men pinned him face down on the landing while Rosa shouted, "Don't you move, you creep, don't you move." The upload on his phone hit 99%. I saw it through tears, rain, blood. I looked at the van tile. The laptop screen inside waited. I ran. Past Marin. Past Mrs. Alvarez. Into the hallway. Over the man's kicking legs. "Claire," Marin yelled, but I was already on the stairs. My heel screamed with every step. My cut hand throbbed so hard I thought I might vomit. The street door stood open below, finally, rain blowing into the stairwell. Outside, the white van idled. The bakery woman Rosa, 54, female, Portuguese-American, broad-shouldered and flour-dusted even in crisis, saw where I was going. "He locked it," she shouted. "Then break it," she did, with the rolling pin, not the window, the driver's side mirror. It cracked, folded inward, useless but satisfying. A man from the bakery grabbed a metal bread peel from inside and smashed the passenger window. Safety glass shattered into dull cubes across the seat. The alarm began screaming. A real alarm. A stupid, familiar, wonderful sound. I climbed through the broken passenger window because the doors were locked. Glass cut my shin. My hip hit the seat. Van smelled like wet nylon, coffee, and hot electronics. The laptop sat bolted to a shelf in the back, connected to 2 external drives and a battery pack. Upload, 99%. No time to understand. I yanked cables. One came free, the other didn't. I grabbed the whole laptop and pulled. It was secured with a metal bracket. Rosa climbed in behind me, cursing in Portuguese. She had a box cutter from the bakery counter. She sawed at the cable while I pulled at the battery pack. The screen flashed. Connection lost, then black. I slumped against the van wall. For 3 seconds, I heard only the alarm and rain and my own ragged breathing. Then, the first fire truck turned onto Brackett Street. Police came behind it, not in time to save us, in time to make what happened official. By the time they got upstairs, the man was zip-tied with bakery twine because no one had handcuffs and Rosa believed in knots. Marin was sitting on Mrs. Alvarez's bedroom floor, one arm around her ribs, refusing to cry. Mrs. Alvarez was on the bed with Paprika in her lap, bleeding from her palm, and calling every man in uniform baby, while ordering them not to step on her broken glass. I stood in the van doorway, shaking so hard I could not climb down. An EMT had to help me. When he touched my hand, I screamed, not from fear, from the glass still buried there. My phone was cracked, wet, and still recording. On the final usable seconds of that recording, before a firefighter wrapped it in an evidence bag, the bathroom feed from the seized phone showed the tiny camera under our medicine cabinet blinking once, then going dark. The conflict ended there in the practical sense. The man was caught. The van was seized. The police had witnesses, devices, blood, footage, and an entire bakery full of angry people willing to describe every minute. But when I looked up at our apartment window from the sidewalk, rain running into my collar, I could see the bathroom light still glowing faintly behind the curtain. Battery-powered, patient, not supernatural, worse, installed. The EMT kept asking me to unclench my hand. I didn't know I was doing it. He had my wrist balanced on a folded blue pad in the back of the ambulance, my fingers curled around nothing, knuckles slick with rain and blood, and that awful gray grit from the van window. Every time he tried to open my palm, my whole arm pulled away from him. "Claire," he said, not unkindly, "I need to see what's in there." "I know. Then let me." "I am. You're not." Marin was sitting on the bench opposite me with a foil blanket around her shoulders, looking furious at the blanket for making noise. One of the firefighters had insisted she wear it because her lips had gone pale, and she kept saying she was fine in the exact tone people use when they are about to faint. She had 2 fingers taped together on her right hand, and every breath made her pause at the top before letting it out. She looked at the EMT. "Tell her like she's a stubborn patient. I'm trying. Try meaner." He raised an eyebrow at me. "Open your hand, or I'll let your friend do patient education." That got me to laugh once. It hurt my cheek where the man had hit me, a deep, tender throb under the left eye. My fingers loosened. There were 3 pieces of glass in my palm. One was small enough to look harmless, until the EMT lifted it with tweezers, and fresh blood rose behind it. The largest piece had gone in near the base of my thumb, clear and triangular, almost pretty except for the skin around it swelling pink. I looked away. Across the street, rain kept sliding off the bakery awning in steady sheets. The black fabric sagged in the middle now, bent from Mrs. Alvarez's weight and the morning's chaos. A police officer had taped off the entrance to the stairwell. People stood under umbrellas filming, whispering, buying coffee, because the bakery had reopened its side window within 20 minutes of the police clearing the immediate scene. Rosa said people still needed bread. That was how she put it. People still needed bread. It was the most normal thing anyone had said all morning, and somehow the worst. Mrs. Alvarez refused transport at first. She sat on the curb with Paprika in a carrier someone had borrowed from the vet clinic 2 blocks over, her palm wrapped in gauze, telling a young police officer that if he wanted her statement, he would have to stop, standing like a lamp, and write faster. Eventually, Rosa convinced her to get checked by promising to personally guard Paprika and to save her 2 pastel de nata from the morning batch. Mrs. Alvarez pointed at me before they loaded her into the second ambulance. "You," she said, "do not download stupid things." I nodded. "I won't." "No, listen. Not I won't. You don't, ever." "Yes, ma'am." She accepted that barely. The man was not loaded into an ambulance until after us. I saw him once through the rain, sitting on the bottom step of the building with his hands cuffed behind him and his beanie gone. Without it, he looked younger, thinner. His hair was damp and flattened to his skull. Blood from his hand had soaked through a temporary bandage. A red mark crossed one side of his face where Mrs. Alvarez's curtain rod had caught him. He did not look at me. That bothered me more than if he had. People like that, I had always thought, stared, smirked, threatened, made themselves large in memory. He looked at the sidewalk, like a man whose shift had gone badly. At Maine Medical Center, they took us to different rooms. That was practical, not dramatic. Marin needed x-rays. I needed the glass removed from my hand and my cheek examined, and a tetanus shot because the EMT said Van Glass and old window frame in a tone that made it sound like a category of poison. Jonah arrived before the police finished my first statement. He came in wet from the shoulders down, hair flattened by rain, laptop bag still across his chest. A nurse tried to stop him at the curtain, and he said, "I'm her emergency marketing contact," which was stupid enough that I started crying. Not big, cinematic crying, just my face collapsing without permission. He froze. "Oh," he said softly. "Okay, bad joke." "No," I said, "it was terrible." Consistent brand voice. That made it worse. I cried harder. He stood beside the bed and did not touch me until I held out my unbandaged hand. Then he took it carefully, like I was something breakable and sharp. "I gave the cops the file you sent me," he said. "The original clip and the texts. The screen recording that made it to the cloud before the phone got bagged. It uploaded, part of it, enough. Your phone was doing some local weirdness, but the screen recording saved normally until it got wet. They've got copies from my phone too." "Good, yeah." He looked at my bandaged hand, then my cheek. "Claire, I'm so sorry." "For what?" "I told you to open it." I shook my head. The movement made the room tilt for a second. I was already going to. "That is not as comforting as you think." "No," a detective came in later. A woman named Detective Erin Malley, 46, female, American, with gray at her temples, and a voice that stayed level even when she was asking questions that made my stomach twist. She explained things only as far as she could without promising too much. The man's name was Adrian Voss, 34, former contractor for a small biometric analytics vendor based outside Boston. Not FaceMap, exactly. That was the first thing she clarified. FaceMap was not a registered company she could find in Maine, Massachusetts, or Delaware under the name used in the email. The app I had downloaded was real, or real looking, but had been cloned from another popular filter app and distributed through sponsored links and short-lived ad placements. "You weren't targeted at random in the final stage," Detective Malley said, "but the initial compromise may have been broad. That doesn't make me feel better. It usually doesn't." She told me Voss had likely obtained access to the building before that morning. The second-hand lock Gary installed had a commercial keyway with master keys available if you knew what to search for. Gary, according to the detective, had not been answering his phone, then finally called back from a hardware store in Scarborough, sounding confused and angry and very interested in the word liability. "Do you think he helped?" I asked. "We don't know. We're looking." That was the legal version of maybe. Devices in our bathroom had been installed recently, possibly within the last week. A pinhole camera below the medicine cabinet, a small rechargeable speaker hidden above the light fixture, a battery pack wired to the fan circuit so it could run even during a power cut. The power outage itself had come from the basement breaker panel. Someone had flipped the main. The landline in Mrs. Alvarez's apartment had been cut in the basement too, not outside the building. human hands, human planning. That helped until it didn't, because human planning meant someone had stood in my bathroom while I wasn't home. Someone had touched the medicine cabinet where I kept floss and migraine pills. Someone had looked at the shower curtain, the chipped sink, my towel on the hook, and decided where to hide the thing that would watch me. Detective Malloy asked about my mother's photo. I told her, not all of it, not the blue tape on the drawers, not the way my mother once cried into a dish towel because she had forgotten the word for kettle. Just enough. There was a saved photo on my phone. The intruder's system displayed it. I did not know how he got it. Jonah, sitting in the corner, said gently, "Cloud photo permissions." If the cloned app got broad photo access and used background upload, it could have pulled recent or favorited images, or face grouped images, depending on what Claire allowed. What Claire allowed, I repeated. He closed his eyes. That's not what I meant. But it was. And it was. Both things were true. I had tapped allow. Someone else had built the trap. The police seized Voss's van, laptop, drives, phones, and the devices from our building. They found folders labeled with first initials and surnames. Some were local. Some were not. Mrs. Alvarez had been in the system because of a public wedding album from 2019 that linked to a novelty aging app her granddaughter had used at the reception. Her reflect capture file appeared to be audio from a different apartment camera, possibly mislabeled, possibly reused as a scare tactic by the cloned app's script. Possibly, Detective Mal kept saying. It became the word of the day. Possibly Voss was working alone. Possibly he had been selling biometric verification packages. Possibly the future self messages were just an engagement hook repurposed as intimidation. Possibly the scream was from an earlier recording. Possibly the upload had been stopped before completion. Possibly. At around 6 that evening, Marin came into my room wearing hospital socks and the expression of a woman prepared to discharge herself by force if necessary. She had 2 bruised ribs, not broken. Her split nail had been cleaned and bandaged. Her fingers were swollen, but not fractured. The cut on her lip had stopped bleeding. "You look awful," she said. "You look worse. Thank God." Sat in the chair beside my bed and lowered herself like an old woman, one hand pressed to her side. I looked at her ribs. "I'm sorry. Don't, Marin. No," she shook her head. "We are not doing the thing where you take responsibility for a criminal, a cloned app, a landlord's bargain bin lock, and my decision to fight a man with a dining chair. I downloaded it. And I told you to delete it, then helped you investigate it. Because I dragged you in. I live with you. I was already in." That was Marin too. Blunt kindness. No soft music under it. For a while, we watched the rain stripe the hospital window. It had not stopped all day. Portland looked smeared and silver through the glass, brake lights bleeding red along Congress Street. After a few minutes, Marin said, "I don't want to go back there tonight." "I don't either." "Good." Rosa said we can stay above her sister's place in Westbrook for a few nights. Jonah offered his couch, but he has those chairs that look designed by someone who hates knees. From the corner, Jonah said, "I'm wounded. You own square furniture. It's mid-century. It's hostile." I leaned back against the pillow, exhausted enough that their bickering felt like a blanket. Westbrook is fine. We'll get our stuff with police tomorrow, Marin said. Not tonight, I nodded. Tomorrow was a word I had not trusted that morning. Now it existed again, but smaller. The next few days unfolded in pieces rather than hours. Police escorted us back to the apartment. I stood in the bathroom doorway while a crime scene technician removed the medicine cabinet from the wall. Behind it, the paint was cleaner, a neat rectangle of a version of the room that had not aged with the rest of it. That detail made me cry more than the camera. Gary came by once, red-faced, saying he had no idea and would make it right. Mrs. Alvarez told him he could start by replacing every lock in the building and then retiring from speech. Rosa gave him a bill for the awning before the police even finished with him. Celeste emailed me twice. The first message said she was shaken and that I should take the space needed. The second, sent 3 hours later, asked whether I had any legal limitations around discussing app safety publicly. Jonah told me not to answer. Then he sent his own resignation letter and copied me by accident or on purpose. I did not resign right away. That sounds weak, maybe, but medical bills arrive with very little respect for personal transformation. I took leave. I gave statements. I changed every password I had ever made. I deleted apps until my phone looked unfamiliar, then replaced the phone entirely when the police released it because I could not stand the weight of it in my pocket. Marin and I moved out before the lease ended. Mrs. Alvarez moved too, though she claimed it was because Paprika disliked the new hallway paint after Gary hired contractors. She went to live with her daughter in Falmouth. She still called Rosa every Thursday to complain about pastry prices and ask after us. Voss was charged with burglary, assault, unlawful surveillance, computer crimes, and a list of other words that sounded both severe and inadequate. More charges followed when investigators found other compromised apartments and devices in 3 states. His attorney argued he was only a contractor gathering verification data for clients he could not name. Detective Malley said that was not the defense he thought it was. There was no trial before summer. These things move slowly. Horror, I learned, can happen in 20 minutes, but accountability fills out forms for months. The app disappeared from the store within a day, then reappeared under another name 2 weeks later, according to Jonah, who sent me the link and then immediately wrote, "Sorry, do not click that." I didn't. I stopped using face filters. All of them. Beauty filters too. At first, because I was afraid. Later, because I could not unsee the bargain. You give a machine your face for a joke, a campaign, a softened jawline, an older version of yourself. And somewhere there is always a possibility that someone has built a door behind the button. That sounds dramatic. It is. It's just paperwork with skin attached. My hand healed, mostly. A thin crescent scar remained near the base of my thumb, pale and raised. In cold weather it tightened when I opened jars. My cheek bruise faded from purple to yellow to nothing. Marin's ribs took longer. She hated needing help sitting up. I pretended not to notice when she slept with a lamp on for the first month. I did too. Neither of us mentioned it. One evening in late August, After we had moved into a smaller apartment in South Portland with newer locks and no mirrors facing doors, Jonah came over with takeout and a folder of printed documents because he had become, against everyone's wishes, the kind of person who printed things. They recovered some audio, he said. Marin put down her fork. From what? The van drives. The files were corrupted, but they matched pieces. I already knew before he said it. The scream, the voice. Don't let him take my face. It wasn't my future self, I said. No. Was it Mrs. Alvarez? Not exactly. He looked miserable. The recovered voice belonged to a woman named Margaret Hale, 68, female, American, from New Hampshire. She had reported a stalking incident the year before involving smart home devices, fake support calls, and a delivery driver who tried to enter her house. Her case had been closed as inconclusive after the suspect disappeared, and her own recordings were dismissed as corrupted. She was alive. That mattered. She had heard about Voss's arrest and reopened her complaint. The line from the phone was not a ghost message. It was a fragment of her emergency recording, mislabeled, compressed, and used by the app's scare sequence when the system detected an older female match. That was the answer. It should have made everything smaller. Instead, I thought about Margaret Hale shouting into a device while someone outside her door tried to turn her fear into data. I thought about her recording, getting chopped up and reused to frighten me, her warnings stripped of context until it sounded like prophecy. Don't let him take my face. We sat quietly with our cooling food. Then Marin said, I hope she sues everyone. Jonah nodded. She is. That helped. A little. Months later, I still catch myself avoiding dark screens. The black glass of a microwave. A window at night. My phone before it wakes. I see my face overlaid on the room behind me and wait for the expression to separate from mine. It never does. Almost never. The only thing I never told the police was this. When they returned the contents of my old phone through the evidence portal, most files were accounted for. Photos, messages, the original clip, the screen recordings, Jonah's copies. Everything had timestamps and hashes and careful labels, except one file. It appeared in the export as a 0-byte audio file with no playable content. Created at 7:03:11 a.m., the name was not mine, not Mrs. Alvarez's, not Margaret Hale S. It was my mother's maiden name. I asked Jonah if metadata could be wrong. He said yes. I asked if a corrupted file could generate a name from contact data, cloud photos, old tags, anything like that. He said yes again, but slower. Then he said, delete it. So I did. I deleted it from the export drive, from the backup folder, from the trash. I watched each confirmation box appear and disappear. I did the sensible thing, the healthy thing, the thing Marin would have told me to do. But sometimes, when my new phone updates overnight, I wake to the tiny glow on my nightstand and think of that file. 0 bytes, no sound, no content, just a name. And in the almost ordinary dark of my bedroom, with Marin breathing in the room across the hall and traffic hissing on wet pavement outside, I remind myself what Detective Malley said. Human hands, human planning, human explanations. Then I turn the phone face down. just in case. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is My Smart Fridge Ordered Raw Meat, but I'm a vegetarian. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. First package arrived at 6:17 on a Tuesday morning, sweating through its cardboard like it had been running a fever. I found it on the porch because my fridge told me it was there. Not my phone, not the doorbell camera, the fridge. A little blue notification blinked on the touchscreen while I was standing barefoot in the kitchen, waiting for oat milk to swirl into my coffee. The apartment was still half dark, that gray Chicago light pressing against the windows before the sun had committed to anything. The radiator under the counter ticked like someone tapping a fingernail against metal. Outside, a garbage truck coughed and reversed somewhere down Milwaukee Avenue. 3 sharp beeps, a hydraulic groan, then the wet slap of bins being lifted. On the fridge screen, under the weather widget and a recipe suggestion for lentil soup, a message glowed: fresh box delivery completed. Order 8841. Perishable. Bring inside immediately. For a second, I thought it was an ad. The fridge was always doing that, pretending it was helpful, when really it was listening for any excuse to sell me something. Last month, it had suggested protein upgrades because I kept buying tofu. The week before, it had tried to reorder eggs because my friend Mara had brought over a carton for baking and stored them in my fridge for one night. I tapped the notification with my knuckle. The screen opened a receipt: 4.8 lb beef chuck roast, 2.1 lb pork shoulder, 3 lb chicken thighs, 1 pack marrow bones. Subscription weekly. I stood there with the coffee cup warm in one hand and the oat milk carton in the other, reading the list until the words stopped looking like food and started looking like evidence. My name is Lena Hart, 32, female, originally from Madison, Wisconsin, though I'd lived in Chicago long enough to say the Kennedy, with the same tired disgust as everyone else. I worked remote customer support for a medical software company, which meant I spent most days in leggings, apologizing to nurses for glitches I didn't create. I had been vegetarian since I was 14, not in a loud way, not in a bumper sticker way. More like a private treaty I'd signed with myself after a childhood summer on my uncle's farm ended with me hearing a pig scream from the shed and learning adults could lie with cheerful faces. So when the fridge claimed I had ordered meat, my first response wasn't fear. It was irritation, then embarrassment. Then, under both of those, a small old pinch of dread I didn't like admitting was still there. Absolutely not, I said to the fridge. The kitchen didn't answer. It hummed. The smart fridge was a glossy white rental appliance my landlord had installed 2 months earlier, replacing the dented old GE that sounded like it was grinding rocks at night. The new one had cameras inside, inventory tracking, voice commands, recipe planning, grocery integration, and a screen that showed family calendars, even though I lived alone. The building manager, Troy, had called it a luxury upgrade, which was landlord language for your rent will go up. I'd accepted it because it kept produce crisp, and because I had a weakness for things that made my life feel organized from the outside. That was one of my flaws, maybe. I liked systems, lists, auto-pay, password managers, meal prep containers labeled with painter's tape. Anything that made the day feel like a machine I could understand. I did not like mysteries in my kitchen. The box on the porch had darkened at the bottom corners. When I opened the apartment door, cold air slid across my bare ankles and brought a smell with it. Not rot. Not exactly. More like butcher paper, damp cardboard, and something metallic underneath. A smell that seemed to find the back of my throat before I could hold my breath. My building was a 3-flat in Logan Square, all brick and narrow stairs, and old pipes that knocked at night. The front porch faced a small patch of winter brown grass, a low iron fence, and the line of parked cars along the curb. My upstairs neighbor's bike was chained to the railing, its back wheel missing, because that was Chicago's version of a weather pattern. Across the street, a man in a Bears hoodie was scraping frost off his windshield with a credit card. The box sat squarely on my welcome mat. Farius HBOX Prime Temperature Controlled Customer. Lena Hart, my full name, my address, my unit. I didn't touch it right away. I looked left and right, as if the delivery driver might still be there, crouched behind the hedges for dramatic effect. Nothing. Just a squirrel jerking along the fence, the trash truck moving away, and the pale mist of my own breath. Great, I muttered. Fantastic. Love this. I used the sleeve of my sweatshirt to drag the package inside because the cardboard looked wet and because I didn't want meat juice on my fingers. The box made a dense sliding sound over the threshold, heavier than I expected. Inside, ice packs knocked against plastic with the dull clack of something packed tight. My phone buzzed on the counter before I could decide what to do. It was Mara. Mara Delaney, 31, female, a public school art teacher from Cleveland with cropped black hair, paint always under one thumbnail, and the kind of blunt kindness that made her impossible to ignore. She lived 6 blocks away and had a key to my apartment because she fed my plants when I visited my parents, though she once killed a basil plant so thoroughly that the soil seemed ashamed of itself. She was also the only person who knew I still checked the deadbolt twice before bed, every night, because years ago an ex-boyfriend had used a copied key to let himself into my old apartment just to talk. Her text said, "You alive? You sent me a weird invite." I stared at it. "What invite?" I typed. She answered with a screenshot. It was a Freshbox referral link sent from my email at 5:49 a.m. Lena wants to share her weekly butcher box with you. Below it was a smiling stock photo of a family grilling steaks in clean afternoon sunlight. I put the phone down like it had warmed in my hand. The radiator ticked again. Then the fridge chimed. Not a loud sound. A polite little two-note tone, the kind designed by people who believe inconvenience should sound friendly. On the screen, inventory updated. Protein supply restored. Restored, I said. My voice sounded too loud in the apartment. I tapped through the menus, trying to find the order history. The interface had that slippery corporate logic where every button led to something adjacent to what you needed, but not the thing itself. Suggested meals, shopping partners, auto-fill pantry, subscription preferences. Under recent activity, there it was. 5:43 a.m. low protein detected. 5:44 a.m. preference adjustment approved. 5:45 a.m. fresh box order placed. 6:17 a.m. delivery completed. I had been asleep at 5:43. I knew because I'd been up too late the night before, rewatching the same 20 seconds of a training video because my brain kept wandering, then lying in bed with my phone on my chest while rain tapped the window unit. I'd fallen asleep around 1. My alarm had gone off at 6. I remembered the dream-heavy irritation of it. I scrolled back farther. User, Lena. Approval method, voice. A dry little sound came out of me, almost a laugh. Nope. I opened the audio log. The fridge asked for confirmation before playback, as if it cared about my privacy now. I hit play. Static puffed through the speaker, followed by the low hum of the fridge itself. For 3 seconds, there was nothing but apartment noise. Compressor, radiator, maybe a car outside moving through a puddle. Then a voice said, approve. It sounded like me. Not perfectly. Not when I listened hard. It was flatter, fuzzier, like my voice had been pressed through a cheap speaker and wrapped in a towel. But it had my pitch, my tired morning rasp, the soft Midwestern I usually hated hearing on recordings. My fingers went numb enough that the phone slipped in my grip and tapped against the counter. The fridge waited. The box sat by the door, leaking a watery crescent onto the mat. Mara called instead of texting again. I answered too fast. Did you send that? She asked. No, you sure? Because it came from your account. I'm looking at raw meat on my floor right now. There was a pause. I heard kids shouting faintly on her end, the echoey chaos of a school hallway before first bell. Lena, she said carefully, why is there raw meat on your floor? My fridge ordered it. Another pause. Your fridge. Yes, the fancy one that tells you when your spinach is sad. That's the one. She exhaled through her nose, not laughing exactly. Mara had a way of refusing to panic until panic had presented documentation. Okay, could your account have been hacked? That's what I'm hoping. That is a very Lena sentence. I know, don't open the package. I already dragged it inside, with your hands, with my sleeve, still gross. Put it somewhere cold if you're not throwing it away. Take pictures, screenshot everything, call the company. I am not putting meat in my fridge. Put it outside then. It says perishable. Lena, you're not responsible for the emotional journey of a pork shoulder. That did make me laugh once. It cracked the pressure in the room for half a second. Then the fridge chimed again. Mara went quiet when she heard it. What was that? Fridge. What did it say? I looked. Reminder. Unpack delivery to maintain freshness. Below that, suggested recipe: slow braised pork shoulder with garlic. The picture showed a Dutch oven full of glossy brown meat. I turned the screen off with the flat of my palm. The kitchen seemed dimmer without it. Just the under cabinet light, the gray window, the wet cardboard smell getting stronger now that the apartment was warming. Mara said, "I can come by after school." "It's fine. Don't do that." "What?" "The 'it's fine' thing where you pretend something isn't weird until it becomes a police report." I wanted to argue, but she'd earned that sentence. Years earlier, before Chicago, before the new apartment, before I learned to sleep with a chair under the handle, even when the deadbolt worked, I had spent 3 months telling everyone my ex was just having a hard time, while he sent emails from fake accounts and left notes under my windshield wipers. The police had been polite and tired. My friends had been angry in ways I couldn't accept yet. I had been embarrassed more than afraid, which is its own kind of trap. "I'll call Freshbox," I said. "And the fridge company. And Troy." "No, yes, Troy. Troy will say it's user error. Then make him say it in writing." I looked at the box again. A bead of pinkish water had pushed out from under one folded cardboard seam and was moving slowly down the side, leaving a faint trail. "Okay," I said, "I'll call. Text me after." "I will. I mean it. I know." After we hung up, I took photos from every angle: the label, the leak, the fridge notification, the order history, the voice approval screen. I made myself move slowly because when I rushed, I forgot things. My coffee sat untouched, a pale tan skin forming on top. Freshbox customer service had cheerful hold music with ukulele in it. While I waited, I found a pair of yellow dish gloves under the sink, the kind I bought during a cleaning phase and wore twice. I dragged the box back onto the porch and set it inside a plastic storage bin with a lid, one I usually used for winter boots. The smell clung to the hallway anyway, faint but present, caught in the old carpet runner and the dry heat from the radiator. A woman named Denise finally answered. Denise Cole, 46, female, based on her introduction from Omaha, Nebraska, though she sounded like she'd been trained to sand every regional edge off her voice. She worked customer support for Freshbox and spoke with the careful patience of someone reading from a script while also trying not to make things worse. I could hear office noise behind her, low voices, a printer, someone coughing. "I'm showing the order was placed through an integrated appliance partner," Denise said. "I didn't place it. I understand. Sometimes smart pantry systems can auto-generate orders based on nutritional settings. I'm vegetarian. I do see that your household preference was updated this morning." "By who?" "It says primary user." "I was asleep. I understand." She said that a lot. I pressed the heel of my hand into my eye. "Can you cancel the subscription?" "I can cancel future deliveries, yes. Future deliveries. This was created as a recurring plan. I want it deleted. I can deactivate it." "Great, do that." Keyboard clicks. A silence that stretched. "That's strange," Denise said. My apartment seemed to lean closer around the word. "What's strange?" "I'm getting a restriction on the account. It says changes must be made through the originating device." "The fridge." "The appliance partner, yes." "That's insane. I understand. Please stop saying that." A tiny pause. "I'm sorry," she said. and this time she sounded like a person. The fridge screen woke behind me. I turned before I knew why. The blue glow spilled across the kitchen tiles. A loading circle rotated once, twice, then opened to a settings page. Subscription preferences. My mouth went dry in a way that had nothing to do with fear yet. It was more practical than that. A systems problem. An access problem. Something in my home was logged in as me and making decisions faster than I could undo them. Denise was still talking. You can also contact the appliance manufacturer directly. If you believe your account was compromised, I recommend changing your password and enabling two-factor authentication. I have two-factor. Then it may have been approved locally. Locally, as in inside my apartment. I can't determine that from here. The fridge chimed. On screen, cancellation request received. Confirm. 2 buttons appeared. Yes, no for one strange second. Relief washed through me so strongly my knees loosened. Fine. It was a bug. A bad integration. A stupid machine doing stupid machine things. I stepped toward it. Then the screen changed. Not dramatically. No flicker. No horror movie glitch. The yes button slid to the left, shrinking slightly. The no button expanded until it filled most of the lower half of the display, bright and easy to hit. My hand stopped 6 inches from the glass. Denise said, "Ma'am, hold on." I tapped yes carefully. The fridge did not respond. I tapped again. Nothing. I used my nail. Nothing. Then, very softly from the speaker, "Please unpack delivery to maintain freshness." It wasn't the normal synthetic voice. It was mine again. Only this time it was clearer. I stepped back so hard my hip hit the counter. The spoon in my coffee cup rattled against ceramic. Denise said, "Ma'am, are you still there?" "Yes," I said, but I was looking at the black camera lens embedded near the top of the fridge door. I had never noticed how much it looked like an eye until that moment. A tiny circle, glossy and still, reflecting a warped version of my kitchen. The sink full of one bowl and one mug, the pothos plant drooping from the shelf, me standing in an oversized sweatshirt with dish gloves hanging from one hand like shed skin. I ended the call without meaning to. For several minutes, I did all the normal things people do when something abnormal touches their life, and they're trying to shove it back into a shape that can be explained. I changed my Freshbox password. I changed my email password. I checked logged in devices. I opened the fridge app and tried to remove my payment card, but the app spun and timed out. I unplugged the fridge, then realized the outlet was behind it, then tried to drag the whole appliance forward and got exactly 1 inch of movement before the wheels caught in the uneven tile. The compressor kicked off. The kitchen went quiet enough that I could hear my own breathing. Then, from the porch, came a soft thump. Not loud. A package settling, maybe. Ice shifting. I stood still. Another sound followed. A slow scrape against the plastic bin. I told myself it was the lid warping as the temperature changed. I told myself the meat was packed in dry ice. Maybe the gas pressure moved something. I told myself a lot of things in a very short time. My phone buzzed. A new email. Freshbox Prime. Your delivery window has been updated. I opened it. Additional item arriving today between 7 007:30 a.m. requested by appliance partner. Special handling required. I looked at the time. 6:52. A car hissed past outside on wet pavement. Upstairs, my neighbor's shower pipes knocked awake. Somewhere in the building, a door opened and closed. Then my doorbell camera sent a motion alert. The thumbnail showed my porch, the plastic bin, the missing wheel bike, the gray street, and a man standing at my gate with another box in his arms. He wore no fresh box uniform, just a dark jacket, jeans, a baseball cap pulled low, and blue nitrile gloves. I watched the 3-second clip twice. On the second viewing, I noticed he wasn't looking at the door. He was looking up at the kitchen window. My kitchen window, the one beside the fridge. A knock came at the front door. 3 polite taps. I did not move. My phone vibrated with a text from Mara. Update. The fridge screen, still glowing though I was sure I had shut it off, displayed one new message. Delivery requires signature. The knock came again. This time, the man outside said, "Lena, I've got your order." He pronounced my name correctly. Not Lena, not Lena, Lena. I stood in my kitchen with my phone in my hand, the smart fridge humming behind me, and the smell of thawing meat creeping under the door from the porch. I could call Troy. I could call Mara. I could answer the door through the camera and pretend I wasn't alone. I could ignore him and hope he left. Or I could find out why a stranger with gloves knew my name before the second package made it inside. I lifted the phone. My thumb hovered over Mara's contact. The man knocked a third time, softer now. Like he had all morning. I called Mara instead of the police. That sounds stupid now, written plainly like that. It sounds like one of those decisions people yell at in documentaries while sitting safe on their couches with takeout balanced on their knees. But in the moment, with a stranger on my porch saying my name through the door, the choice didn't feel like police or friend. It felt like control or chaos. The police would ask what the emergency was. I would say my refrigerator ordered meat. They would pause. I would add that a delivery man was outside. They would ask whether he had threatened me. I would say no. They would ask whether I had ordered anything. I would say no, but the fridge had, and I had a recording of my own voice approving it while I was asleep. By then, I could already hear the tone changing. Concerned but distant, patient but edged with dismissal. Mara picked up before the first ring finished. "What happened?" she said. "He's at the door." "Who?" "The second delivery. There's a man outside with a box. Do not open it. I'm not opening it. Are you talking to him?" "No." "Good. Lock everything." "It is locked." "Chain." "My door doesn't have a chain." "You have that rubber wedge thing in the closet. Get it." The man knocked again. 3 taps. Same rhythm as before. Not impatient. That made it worse somehow. If he'd banged on the door or shouted, I could have fit him into a category. Angry delivery guy. Scammer. Creep. But he tapped like a neighbor borrowing sugar. "Lena," he called. "I need you to sign before I can leave it." His voice was ordinary, Chicago ordinary, a little flat from the cold, with that bored service worker sound people get when they spend too much time repeating the same sentence. I whispered, "He says he needs a signature." Mara said, "Then he can stand there needing one." I moved toward the hall closet, slow, keeping my socks quiet on the floorboards. The apartment had that old building smell in the morning dust warmed by pipes, coffee gone stale, the faint oniony ghost of last night's dinner. Under it all was the meat smell from the porch, damp and animal, pressing through the door seam. When I opened the closet, the hinges gave a thin squeal. The man outside stopped shifting. I saw it on the camera feed in my hand. His head tilted slightly toward the sound. I froze. Mara heard my breathing change. "What?" He heard the closet. "That's fine," she said too quickly. "He already knows you're home." I hate that sentence. "Get the wedge." I crouched, pushing aside a canvas grocery bag, a box of light bulbs, an umbrella with one broken rib. My fingers found the rubber doorstop wedge under a fallen scarf. I shoved it under the front door with the heel of my hand until it bit into the wood floor. Then I backed away. "Lena," the man called. "I can see you're inside. I'm not allowed to leave perishables unattended." Mara said, "Answer through the camera. Don't use your real voice if you don't have to. It's a doorbell camera, not a spy movie. Just do it." My thumb hovered over the microphone icon in the app. The private fear, the one I hated most, was that people could still get in if they wanted badly enough. Locks were suggestions. Passwords were polite requests. Systems failed. Someone could copy a key, guess a code, spoof a number, sound like you, stand outside with a box, and make the situation so awkward that you opened the door just to make it stop. I tapped the microphone. My voice came out of the camera speaker tinny and half a second delayed. "Leave it there." The man leaned toward the doorbell. "Can't do that, ma'am. Signature required." "Then cancel it." "Can't cancel once dispatched." "I didn't order it." He looked up at the kitchen window again, just for a second, then back to the camera. "I just deliver what's on the route." "What company are you with?" He lifted the box slightly, as if that answered me. The box was white foam inside a cardboard sleeve, smaller than the first, but taped heavily. No big Freshbox logo on the visible side, just a printed label. "Company," I repeated, "Cold Line Courier." I had never heard of them. Mara, still on the phone, muttered, "Ask for ID." "Show me your badge," the man sighed. Not dramatic, annoyed. He shifted the package against his hip and patted his jacket. "Left it in the van." "Go get it. I'm double parked. Go get it or leave." He stared at the doorbell camera. His face was partly hidden under the cap brim, but I could see a pale scar cutting through one eyebrow. His cheeks were red from the cold. His blue gloves made his hands look oddly clean compared to the old jacket and scuffed shoes. The phone buzzed against my palm. Another notification from the fridge app. Temperature alert, freezer door open. I turned. The freezer drawer was closed. The fridge stood at the end of the kitchen like a blank white cabinet, its screen glowing softly. I walked toward it without thinking, then stopped halfway. "Mara," I said, "the app says my freezer is open." "Is it?" "No, don't go near it. I have to check. If it thinks, you do not have to check." But this was the hook in me, the flaw. A machine said something was wrong, and my body wanted to correct it. A little red badge on an app could pull me across a room better than any person calling my name. I kept the phone call open and stepped closer. The fridge display showed a warning triangle. Critical cooling failure detected. Perishable contents at risk. Schedule emergency service. Below it were 2 buttons. Yes. Priority technician no. Dismiss. I had never stored the meat inside. There were no perishable contents, except my normal groceries: broccoli, tofu, oat milk, half a jar of kimchi, a tub of hummus, lettuce starting to go limp. Nothing that required an emergency technician at 7 a.m. From the porch came the man's voice again. "Ma'am, I'm on a schedule." "Then leave," I said, not through the camera this time. The apartment carried my voice. On the camera feed, he looked toward the door. The fridge chimed. Emergency service requested. Technician arriving within 18 minutes. I stared at the screen. "I didn't press anything," I said. Mara's voice sharpened. "What?" "It's scheduled a technician. Unplug it." "I told you I can't reach the outlet." "Breaker box. In the basement." "Where in the basement?" "Laundry room." "Do you have to go outside to get there?" "No, backstairs." "Then go." The man knocked again, harder this time. The rubber wedge held, but the door shivered enough for the old frame to pop softly. "Lena, I need a signature." He had dropped the ma'am. That small change did something to me. "I'm calling the police," I said through the door. He leaned close enough to the camera that his face filled my screen in a fisheye bulge. "No need for that," he said. "It's just groceries." The fridge behind me made a new sound. Not a chime. A long, steady beep, like a truck backing up, only inside the apartment. On screen, cooling unit offline. Internal temp rising. Door seals compromised. Then another message layered over it. Prevent spoilage. All delivered products must be transferred inside within 12 minutes. A timer appeared. 11:59, 11:58, 11:57. The absurdity of it nearly made me laugh again, but the laugh snagged somewhere under my ribs. The fridge had created a problem and started a countdown. It was the kind of manufactured urgency every scam used. Limited time. Act now. Confirm identity. Open the door. Mara said, "Lena, listen to me. Don't touch the door. Go to the breaker. What if the technician comes? Then don't answer that either. What if the fridge keeps ordering people here? Breaker now." I grabbed my keys, then thought better, and grabbed the little can of pepper spray from the drawer by the sink. It was expired, probably. Pink plastic, bought after Mara insisted. I had never used it. I had practiced once outside, aiming at a tree, and the wind blew half of it back into my own face, while Mara laughed so hard she cried. Now my hand closed around it like it meant something. The back stairs were off the kitchen, through a narrow door that stuck in humid weather. I unlocked it, opened it 2 inches, and listened. The stairwell smelled of laundry detergent, damp concrete, and somebody's old cigarette smoke. Below, the basement lights hummed. Above, from the 2nd floor, a toilet flushed and pipes knocked in the wall. I stepped into the stairwell. The fridge beep followed me through the door. Mara stayed on speaker, her voice low. "Tell me what you see." "Stairs, nothing else." "Keep the phone camera pointed ahead. You watch too many true crime shows. You literally have a meat man at your door." "Fair." I descended quickly, one hand on the rail. The wood steps bowed slightly in the middle, each one giving a tired creak. My socks slid in my clogs. I hated that I hadn't put on real shoes. I hated every small, unprepared thing about myself. At the bottom, The basement hallway ran past storage cages and a washer-dryer alcove toward the utility room. One fluorescent tube flickered near the ceiling, turning the air a sickly color. A dryer tumbled somewhere with a steady thud, 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 though I didn't know whose laundry was in it this early. The breaker panel was mounted beside the water heater, behind a stack of folded moving boxes Troy had never taken away. I moved the boxes one-handed. Something scraped above me. Not in the basement. There's the back stairwell door. I stopped moving. Mara said, "What?" I heard a door clicked, then opened. The sound came from the top of the back stairs, my kitchen door, the one I had just left unlocked behind me. My mistake was so immediate and stupid that I felt it like a slap. I had locked the front door, wedged it, watched the man outside, and then I had opened the back. "Mara," I whispered. "I left the kitchen door unlocked. Go back up." "No, the breaker. Go back up, Lena." Airs creaked. One step, slow, then another. Someone was coming down. I ducked behind the stacked boxes before deciding to do it. My breath turned loud in my ears, not cinematic, just ugly and wet and too fast. The pepper spray can was slick in my palm. A man's shoes appeared first on the stairs. Dark sneakers, wet soles, then jeans, then the hem of a dark jacket. The same man from the porch descended into view, holding the second box against his side like he had every right to be there. He had gotten in through the back. No, not gotten in. I had let the route exist. He paused at the bottom of the stairs and looked down the basement hall. "Lena," he called. Mara heard him through my phone. Oh my God. I clamped the speaker against my sweatshirt to muffle it. The man turned his head. For a second, I thought he'd heard her. Then the dryer buzzed violently, ending its cycle with a metal rattle that made me flinch so hard my shoulder hit the boxes. One shifted. Cardboard whispered against cardboard. The man looked directly toward the utility room. "Come on," he said, not loudly. "I'm not here to hurt you." That sentence has never once made anyone safer. He set the box on top of the washer. Carefully, both gloved hands lingered on it. "I just need this completed," he said. "You sign, I leave, that's it." I could see his face clearer now in the basement light. Younger than I'd first thought. Maybe 35. Tired eyes. Scar through the eyebrow. A patchy shave. He looked nervous, but not scared enough. He looked like a man doing something wrong for a reason he had decided was temporary. My phone vibrated against my chest. I risked a glance. Mara had muted herself and texted, "I'm leaving school, calling 911. Stay hidden if you can." I looked back. The man had taken out his own phone. He tapped the screen, frowned, then lifted it as if checking reception. My fridge app buzzed again. "Technician arrival, 9 minutes." Anne's phone buzzed at the same moment. He looked at it, then toward the stairs. "Damn it," he whispered. That was the first thing he'd said that sounded unrehearsed. He walked toward the utility room. I was behind a leaning stack of flattened boxes and one old storm window, crouched so awkwardly my thigh had already started to tremble. There was nowhere to go except farther back, toward the water heater and the breaker panel. If he came 2 more steps, he would see me. The breaker panel. I could reach it. Maybe the panel door was at shoulder height from where I crouched, gray metal, labeled in Troy's handwriting on yellowing masking tape. 1A kitchen, 1B hall, 2A unit, 1 bed, fridge. Basement lights, washer. Of course, Troy had written fridge with a question mark. Of course. The man entered the utility room. I stood, fast, too fast. My knee popped. The boxes slid. One fell flat with a loud clap. He snapped toward me. I yanked open the breaker panel and slapped the switch labeled fridge. Nothing happened to the basement lights. Upstairs, faintly, the fridge beep stopped. For half a second, the relief was physical. Then the man lunged, not like in movies. He didn't roar. He just moved, quick and clumsy, knocking his hip into the washer. The second box skidded on top of it. I sprayed him because my hand did the only thing it had been waiting to do. The pepper spray hit his cheek and one eye. Some hit my wrist. Some hit the air. He yelled. I yelled too. The basement filled with sharp chemical heat, immediate and horrible, clawing into my nose and throat. My eyes watered. His hands flew to his face, and he stumbled sideways into the dryer. Jesus, Jesus, stop. I was already running. I took the stairs 2 at a time, coughing, phone in one hand, pepper spray in the other. My left clog slipped off halfway up, but I didn't stop. Behind me, he cursed and banged into something metal. At the kitchen landing, I shoved through the back door and slammed it. Fridge screen was black. The kitchen seemed strangely innocent without its glow. I locked the back door. Then I turned the deadbolt on the front door too, although it was already locked because my hands needed rituals. Mara was shouting through the phone. Lena, Lena, answer me. I'm upstairs. I sprayed him. You sprayed him. He came inside. Police are on the way. Stay away from the doors. There's another guy coming. What? The technician. The fridge scheduled someone. Could be fake. Could be real. Doesn't matter. Do not open for anyone. I wiped my streaming eyes with my sleeve and immediately made them worse. The pepper spray burned in patches on my skin. My throat felt scraped raw. From below came a crash, then coughing. He was still in the basement. Then I heard a different sound outside, a vehicle pulling up too quickly, tires hissing along the curb, a door opening, another door sliding shut. My doorbell camera sent a motion alert. I looked. A white van had stopped in front of my building. No big logo on the side, just small black letters near the front. NORTHSDAR Appliance Service. A woman stepped out wearing a navy work jacket, carrying a tool bag. Not the man. A real technician, maybe. She looked at the porch, at the plastic bin, at the man's first box, then up at my doorbell camera. Behind her, half a block down, the Cold Line man's dark vehicle was still double parked, with its hazard lights blinking. From the basement, the man started coughing his way up the back stairs. Mara said, Lena, where are you? In the kitchen. Move away from the kitchen. But the kitchen had both doors. The front door with the stranger technician outside. The back door with the man coming up from the basement. The window beside the fridge where he had looked before. The black, dead fridge now standing powerless, holding whatever evidence was trapped inside its logs. A new knock came at the front door. Different rhythm. 2 firm taps. Hart, the woman called, North Star Appliance. We got an emergency cooling ticket. The back doorknob turned once. Locked. Then the man outside the kitchen on the stairwell side hit the door with his palm. Open the door, he rasped. His voice was broken from spray and anger. "You don't know what you're messing with," the technician at the front said, louder now. "Miss Hart, is everything okay in there?" Sirens sounded somewhere distant, but in Chicago that could mean anything. Blocks away, minutes away. Not for me. My phone buzzed again. A text from an unknown number. "Do not let North Star see the fridge. They'll lock you out." Then another. "Bring the second package inside and this stops." I stared at the message while the back door shook in its frame and the technician waited on the porch with her tool bag. The choice had changed. It wasn't whether to open the door. It was which door to trust first. The first failed plan was to let the professional in. That was how I justified it to myself anyway. The woman on the porch looked like an actual appliance technician, not like a horror story version of one. She wore insulated work pants, steel toe boots with salt stains along the seams, and a navy jacket with NORTHSDAR appliance service stitched over one pocket. Her hair was tucked under a gray knit cap. Her tool bag hung heavy from one hand, pulling her shoulder slightly lower on that side. She had a laminated ID clipped to her collar. The man at the back door hit the wood again with the flat of his palm. "Lena," he rasped from the stairwell, "open it. You made this worse." I stood in the kitchen, halfway between the front hallway and the back stair door, barefoot on one foot and wearing one clog on the other. My eyes burned from the pepper spray. My nose kept running. The apartment smelled like coffee, old radiator heat, wet cardboard, and the chemical bite I'd carried upstairs on my sleeve. Mara was still on the phone. "Do not let anyone in," she said. "Not until police get there." She has a company jacket. So did the guy have a box. "She's a woman. Lena, I know. Another knock from the front, firmer now. "Ms. Hart, my name is Tessa Vale. I'm with North Star. Your appliance sent a critical cooling alert and a security lockout flag. Are you safe?" Tessa Vale, 38, female, from what she later told me, was a field technician from Rockford who had been doing appliance repair in Chicago for 9 years. She had the blunt, practical way of speaking that comes from crawling behind machines in strangers' kitchens and knowing most people lie about whether they spilled soup into the vents. At that moment, she was just a voice through my door and a face warped by my doorbell camera. Mara said, "Ask her for dispatch to confirm." I pressed the doorbell mic. "Who sent you?" Tessa looked at the camera. "Automated emergency ticket from Unit 1, North Star portal. Customer name Lena Hart. Appliance model Eterna Cool Vista X error code C17, cooling failure. Also says the unit is in vendor custody mode, which is weird. Vendor custody mode." The words sat in the room like a dropped tool. "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means the appliance thinks it's part of an active delivery or service workflow. Usually commercial units, restaurants, lab fridges, not apartments." Behind me, the back doorknob turned again, this time slowly. I had locked it, but the old wood around the latch gave a soft, complaining click. The delivery man said, "There are 2 minutes left." On the counter, my dead fridge app still showed the last cached countdown. Frozen at 2:13 because the fridge had no power now. But the man knew the time. That meant his phone had the same timer, or someone was telling him. Mara said, "Police are coming. I'm 5 minutes out. You left school. Yes, you can't just leave your students. I told the office I had a family emergency. We're not family. Shut up. My hand shook so badly I almost dropped the phone. I made the decision because the back door was starting to bend inward with each hit, and because Tessa, at least, was visible. The delivery man was hidden in the stairwell. I hated choosing between unknowns, but the front door had the wedge, the camera, the street beyond it, and neighbors' windows facing it. I dragged a dining chair to the front door and stood on the side of the frame instead of directly in front of it, like Mara had once told me. I kept the wedge in place. I opened the deadbolt, then the handle, and cracked the door only as far as the wedge allowed. Tessa's eyes immediately went past me. "Someone else here?" she asked. "Yes," I said. A man got into the basement. Her face changed, not fear, assessment. "Then close this and wait for police. You just told me the fridge is in vendor custody mode. That can wait." The back door slammed. The sound traveled through the apartment, through the floor, up my calves. Tessa looked toward the kitchen. "Okay," she said. "That can wait less." It was a small misstep, but it mattered. I kicked the wedge loose and let her in. She entered fast, closing and locking the front door behind her. She smelled like cold air and machine oil. The tool bag landed on my hallway runner with a heavy clunk. She pulled a short pry bar from an outside pocket, held it low, and said, "Where's the back door?" "Through the kitchen." "Police." Called. Good. We moved together into the kitchen. I could map the whole apartment, then in a way I hadn't before. Front door opening into a narrow hall, living room on the right, with my thrifted green couch and books stacked by the radiator. Kitchen straight ahead, rectangular, with the fridge on the right wall beside the window. Sink on the left, small table against the back wall, back door at the far end, leading down the private stairwell to the basement. The delivery man was on the other side of that back door. He hit it again. The top hinge jumped. Tessa said, "That door won't hold." "I have a chair." "Not for that kind of door." She looked at the dead fridge. "Breakers off." "Yes, good. Is that enough? For a normal machine?" "Yes." "For this one?" She didn't answer. That was the first attempt. Trust the technician. Shut down the appliance properly. Wait for police. It failed in less than 3 minutes. Tessa knelt in front of the fridge and popped off the lower grill with a screwdriver, checking whether it has an auxiliary battery or cellular module. Some Vista models do. Why would a fridge need that? Diagnostics, service alerts, inventory sync during outages, convenience features people don't think about until they become stupid. The back door went quiet. That quiet was worse than the pounding. Tessa stopped working. I held my breath. Then something scraped against the kitchen window. A pale shape rose slowly outside the glass. I made a sound I hated. A thin, animal sound. For one horrible second, I thought it was a face pressing up from outside, skin washed gray by the morning light. The shape lifted higher, dragging against the window with a sticky squeak. Tessa stood so fast, she banged her shoulder on the fridge handle. Then the shape flipped and slapped flat against the glass. A plastic grocery bag. It had blown loose from somewhere and caught on the iron security bars outside my window. The handles twisted in the wind, making it nod and bump against the pane like something trying to look in. I laughed because my body needed to dump terror somewhere. Tessa gave me a look. "You okay?" "No, fair." The back stairwell door opened, not my kitchen door. Lower down, the basement exit. A rush of cold air moved under the kitchen door, carrying the smell of damp concrete and pepper spray. Tessa crossed the kitchen and pressed her ear near the wood. "He's leaving," she whispered. We listened. Footsteps on the back stairs, but going down, not up. A metal door below groaned open, then a car door outside, then nothing. Mara's voice came through the phone from where I'd set it on the counter. "What happened?" "He left," I said. "Are you sure?" "No." Tessa went back to the fridge. Her screwdriver clicked. A panel came loose. Inside was a compact bundle of wires, a small black module with a green blinking light, and another component marked with a warning label. "Battery," she said. The light blinked steadily. The fridge was still alive. I felt suddenly exhausted, not tired like needing sleep, tired like every object in my apartment had become a person I had to negotiate with. "Can you remove it?" "Yes." She reached in with insulated pliers. The fridge screen flashed on. Both of us jerked back. The display came up dimly, running on battery power, pale blue against the morning gray. "Unauthorized service access detected." Tessa swore under her breath. Then, custody breach. "Evidence preservation protocol active." I said, "Evidence?" Tessa looked at me. "This is not normal consumer firmware." "What does that mean?" "It means either this unit was modified or someone pushed a configuration that should not be on your fridge." The screen changed again. Remote wipe scheduled. Time remaining 04:59. That became the second plan. Save the logs. Tessa said the fridge might contain the order history, access tokens, audio approval file, device IDs, and service route data, enough to prove the order didn't come from me and maybe identify whoever had created the delivery workflow. But if the remote wipe completed, it could erase all of it. She could try to pull a local diagnostic dump from the service port behind the lower panel. 5 minutes, I said. Less now. Can you stop it? I can try. Mara said, Lena, police are almost there. Don't mess with the evidence. The evidence is deleting itself. Then film it. I propped my phone against the coffee mug and pointed it at the fridge screen. Tessa pulled a rugged tablet from her bag, connected a cable, and crouched so low her knees cracked. The fridge emitted a soft, pulsing tone, barely audible, like a hearing test in another room. The wipe timer dropped. 04:12. 04:11. Tessa tapped through menus on her tablet. It's locked behind admin credentials. Can you bypass it? Not legally. Tessa, I'm trying the service recovery key. The tablet beeped. Access denied. Tessa's jaw tightened. Who else can get into it? I asked. Manufacturer, vendor, whoever has partner access. Freshbox, maybe. Or a logistics platform connected to Freshbox. Or someone pretending to be one. The timer hit 03:25. From outside, sirens grew louder, then faded. Not stopping. Not ours. Mara said, I'm on your block. No, stay away. I'm not coming inside. Do not come to the back. I'm coming to the front. Tessa tried another command. The fridge responded by locking the cooling compartment with a heavy internal thunk. I jumped. Door lock, Tessa said. Child safety or transport mode. Transporting what? She didn't look at me. The tablet finally displayed a directory tree. Lines of small text scrolled down. Device logs, audio approvals, food inventory, free manifests. There, Tessa said, I can copy. The progress bar started. 1%, 2%. The fridge screen changed. Network connection restored. How? I said. Breakers off. Cell module. Tessa reached into the panel again, trying to disconnect the black module. The second her pliers touched it, the fridge let out a sharp alarm. Not a polite chime. A real alarm, loud enough to hurt. I clapped my hands over my ears. The alarm blasted through the apartment and out into the hall. A dog started barking upstairs. Someone thumped on the floor above. Tessa shouted, It's a tamper alarm, turn it off. I'm trying, the progress bar crawled. 11%, 12%. Then my phone screen lit up with Mara's incoming call, interrupting the video I'd been recording. I swore and answered. I'm outside, Mara said. Her voice was breathless. There's a white van and another car with hazards. Where are you? Inside with Tessa. Who's Tessa? The technician. You let her in. Yes, Lena, I know. No, listen. The guy from the delivery car is not gone. I looked toward the front door. Where is he? He's in the alley. My apartment building sat between the street and a narrow back alley where trash bins lined up behind the garages. The back basement exit opened near that alley. If he had gone out through the basement, he could loop around to the rear of the building, to the same back stairwell door, or to the ground floor window wells. Mara continued, He's talking to someone in a gray SUV. Tessa looked up sharply. What gray SUV? She asked. I repeated it. Tessa unplugged the tablet cable so fast it sparked. The copy had reached 18%. What are you doing? I shouted over the alarm. Changing plans. You said we needed the logs. We do. But if there are 2 of them, we need distance more. That was the second failure. We tried to preserve evidence, and the evidence fought back loudly enough to announce where we were. Fridge alarm kept screaming. Tessa shoved the lower grill back loosely, grabbed her tool bag, and said, Front hall. Now. I grabbed my phone, keys, and one shoe from the hallway floor. The apartment had become too bright and too loud. My eyes were watering again. My skin prickled from pepper spray residue. Every breath tasted metallic, as if the meat smell had finally gotten inside me. We moved toward the front door. Then someone pounded from the other side. Not a knock, a fist. Lena, Mara shouted. It's me. I opened the door before thinking. Tessa cursed, but Mara pushed inside at the same time, cheeks flushed from cold, hair messy under a knit headband, oversized canvas tote banging against her hip. Mara Delaney in person was always more solid than her voice. She filled space with urgency. She took one look at my face and said, You look awful. Thank you. The fridge alarm screamed behind us. Tessa said, We need to get out. Mara looked at Tessa. And you are, Tessa, North Star. Real enough for now. For now, move. We tried the simplest route, out the front, onto the porch, down the steps, left to Mara's car parked on the street. But when Tessa opened the front door, we saw the man in the gray SUV. He was parked across the street, engine running, windows tinted dark. The cold line car still sat half a block down with hazards blinking. The white North Star van was directly in front of the building. There was no police cruiser, No neighbors outside, except the bear's hoodie man from earlier, now pretending to look for something in his trunk while very clearly watching. Mara whispered, "That SUV wasn't there 2 minutes ago." Tessa said, "Back route." "No," I said, "that's where he went." Then side gangway. The building had a narrow gangway between our brick wall and the next building over, barely wide enough for trash bins. It ran from the front sidewalk to the rear yard. My kitchen window faced that gangway behind its iron bars. If we could get down the porch steps, we could slip right along the side instead of crossing open sidewalk. We moved. Tessa first, then me, then Mara. The porch boards were damp. The plastic bin with the meat sat by the railing, lid slightly askew. The original box inside had leaked more pink water, now pooled in the bottom of the bin. The smell hit in the cold air, raw and sweet and wrong. As I passed, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. "You have 90 seconds before custody transfer." I showed Tessa. She grabbed my wrist and read it, her face drained of color. "What does that mean?" Mara asked. Tessa said, "It means someone may be trying to claim the appliance and remove it." "Remove the fridge," I said, "or remove what's inside it." "There's nothing inside it." Tessa looked at me. That look did more than words. I remembered the fridge locking itself with that heavy thunk. The internal compartment, the camera, the inventory, the possibility that I no longer knew what was inside my own kitchen. From the alley came a metallic bang. Then another. The rear gate. Mara grabbed my arm. "We go now." We hurried down the porch steps toward the gangway. The bear's hoodie neighbor across the street finally called, "You all okay?" "No," Mara shouted back. That single word snapped the morning open. A woman upstairs raised a window. "What's going on?" The fridge alarm was still screaming inside my apartment, muffled now, but relentless. Tessa waved toward the street. "Call 911, she shouted. "Tell them possible break-in, active threat, ground floor unit." Bear's hoodie man pulled out his phone. That should have made me feel safer. Instead, it made everything feel public and irreversible. We reached the gangway. It was shadowed between the buildings, damp brick on both sides, trash bins along the left, my barred kitchen window on the right. From inside, through the glass, the fridge screen pulsed blue in the kitchen, visible between the security bars. Then the kitchen light turned on. All three of us stopped. "I thought the breaker was off," Mara whispered. "It is," I said. A figure moved inside my kitchen. For 1 second, my mind refused the shape. Then I saw the baseball cap. The cold line man was inside my apartment again. He had come up the back way while we left through the front. He stood in my kitchen with one eye swollen half shut, face streaked red from pepper spray, holding the second package in both hands. He set it on my kitchen table, carefully, like an offering. Then he turned toward the fridge. Tessa whispered, "No." He opened the fridge door. The alarm stopped. The sudden quiet slapped harder than the noise. Inside the gangway, all I could hear was Mara breathing beside me, fast and shallow, and water dripping from a gutter overhead into a plastic bin lid. The man reached into the second package and pulled out a smaller insulated case. Medical looking. White, hard plastic with a red biohazard sticker on one side. Mara said, "What is that?" Tessa didn't answer. The man placed the case inside the fridge. The door camera lens blinked red. Then the fridge screen displayed a message we could read even from outside. Custody transfer complete. Behind us, at the front of the gangway, the gray SUV's door opened. At the rear, the alley gate creaked. Had people on both ends now. The point of no return wasn't a scream or a gunshot. It was quieter than that. It was the sound of my own front door closing inside the apartment, the delivery man locking himself in with my fridge, while Mara, Tessa, and I stood trapped in the narrow side passage with nowhere clean to run. The gray SUV blocked the front of the gangway. The alley gate blocked the back. For a second, none of us moved, because the body sometimes mistakes being trapped for being hidden. We stood pressed between wet brick walls, with trash bins along one side and the barred kitchen window along the other, while my own apartment glowed blue behind the glass. Inside, the cold line man stood in front of my fridge. Outside, someone was getting out of the SUV. A car door shut. Mara grabbed my sleeve so hard her nails pinched through the fabric. Tessa had gone very still, her tool bag clutched against her thigh. "Back," Tessa whispered. "There's someone at the gate," Mara said. "I know." Alley gate creaked again. A man's voice called from the rear, not loud enough for the street, but loud enough for us. "Package is secured." The cold line man inside my kitchen lifted his phone. We could see him through the bars and glass. He wiped his swollen eye with the back of one blue glove, then spoke into the phone without looking at us. "Transfer completed, but she pulled power. Tech's here." The person in the SUV was halfway into the gangway now, tall, dark coat. "No hurry." Tessa leaned close to me. "Does that window open?" "My kitchen window." "Yes, it's barred." "I know it's barred. Does it open?" "Yes, but screen. Inside. Lock. Old latch." She looked through the bars. The cold line man had turned from the fridge and was moving toward the back door, probably to let the person in from the alley. Tessa said, "We need that case." Mara stared at her. "Are you insane?" "No. I am employed by a company whose name is now attached to an illegal custody transfer in a civilian apartment. If that case leaves with them, Lena owns the fridge. The order history gets wiped. And everybody tells a very clean story about her receiving something she shouldn't have." "What is it?" I asked. "I don't know. That's not comforting. It isn't supposed to be." The man at the front end of the gangway came closer. His shoes splashed through a shallow puddle. Behind him, I could still see the sidewalk, the North Star van, a slice of my porch, the plastic bin with the leaking meat. Somewhere on the street, the bear's hoodie neighbor was talking loudly into his phone. Mara whispered, "Police are coming." Tessa said, "Not fast enough." My phone buzzed again. "Unknown number. Leave through the front. You were confused." "Nobody gets hurt." I showed it to Mara. Her face changed. Anger came up through the fear like heat through a vent. "They're writing your statement for you," she said. That was what did it. Not the meat, not the fridge, not even the man inside my kitchen. That text. It sounded exactly like every person who had ever told me what had happened to me before I could say it myself. "You misunderstood. You overreacted. You invited him in. You approved it. You signed. No." I looked through the bars at my kitchen. The cold line man had opened the back door. He was speaking to someone in the stairwell now, his body half turned. The fridge door was closed, but the screen still glowed. Custody transfer complete. Tessa set her tool bag down quietly, unzipped one side pocket, and pulled out the short pry bar. "What are you doing?" Mara asked, opening the window. "The bars keep people out. We're already out." She crouched at the bottom of the barred window. The security bars were set into a hinged frame with a padlock on one side, required for fire code, though I had never used it as an exit. The padlock was old and painted over, one of those details I had walked past for 2 years without caring, because caring would mean imagining fire. Tessa wedged the pry bar into the lock loop. The man from the SUV heard the scrape. "Hey," he called. Mara turned toward him. "Back up." Her voice cracked, but it carried. He kept coming. He was maybe 50, male, white, broad through the shoulders, with a shaved head and leather gloves. He did not look like a movie villain. He looked like someone's contractor uncle. That made it worse. "I need everyone to stay calm," he said. Mara barked a laugh. "You first." The man at the alley gate pushed it open. Now both ends were closing. Tessa strained against the padlock. Paint cracked. Metal complained. "Lena," she said through her teeth. "Help." I grabbed the bars and pulled outward while she levered the lock. My palms slipped on cold metal. My burned wrist screamed where pepper spray had soaked under my sleeve. Mara stood between us and the SUV man with nothing but her canvas tote and the audacity of a public school teacher who had broken up cafeteria fights. The lock snapped. Not open. The hasp tore free from the old wooden frame with a splintering crack. The bars swung outward 2 inches, then stuck against a trash bin. "Move the bin," Tessa said. The SUV man lunged. Mara swung her tote. It hit him in the chest with a heavy, wet thud. Later I learned she had 2 student sketchbooks, a metal water bottle, and a bag of air dry clay in there. In the moment, it sounded like she'd hit him with a sack of bricks. He stumbled, more surprised than injured. "Don't touch her," Mara shouted. The alley man started running toward us from the rear. Tessa kicked the trash bin hard enough to send it scraping along the concrete. The bar frame swung wider. The kitchen window was still shut. Inside, the cold line man turned. He saw us. For one clean second, he and I looked at each other through the glass, through the bent bars, through the narrow gap between my life before and my life after. His swollen eye looked terrible. Tears streamed down that side of his face. The pepper spray had blistered his cheek red. He reached for the fridge. "Now," Tessa shouted. I grabbed the window latch through the bars. It was inside, just reachable because the frame had warped over the years and never fully seated. My fingers slid over flaking paint. I pushed up. The latch stuck. The SUV man grabbed Mara's tote strap and yanked. Mara fell sideways into the brick wall, shoulder first. She cried out, sharp and real. I pushed the latch again. Nothing. Inside, the cold line man opened the fridge. The blue glow spilled over him. The biohazard case sat on the middle shelf, where I usually kept hummus and pickles. White plastic, red sticker. A small digital temperature strip blinking green on top. The wrongness of it in my fridge snapped something loose in me. I shoved my fingers under the window sash and lifted with both hands. The old wood screeched. The The window opened 4 inches. 6, 8. Cold kitchen air spilled into the gangway. Tessa jammed the pry bar under the sash and forced it higher. "Go," she said. "I can't fit." "You don't need to fit. Grab the case." The cold line man slammed the fridge shut and turned toward us with the case in one hand. Tessa reached through the window, but he stepped back. "Don't," he said. His voice was raw, human, scared now. "Put it down," Tessa said. "You don't know what this is." "No, but you do." He shook his head once. "I know what happens if it's found in the wrong place." "Then why bring it here?" I asked. He looked at me. His good eye flicked toward the fridge camera. "Because your unit was clean. My unit. No prior flags. No meat purchases. No medical shipments. No customs tags. Residential address. Automated intake. It was supposed to be quiet." Mara, one hand pressed to her shoulder, said, "You picked her because she looked boring." He flinched at that. Not enough. The SUV man came at Tessa from behind. Tessa twisted, but he caught her jacket and slammed her into the barred frame. Her head hit metal with a flat crack. She dropped the pry bar. "Tessa," I shouted. The alley man grabbed me around the waist. For 1 second, the world became brick and wet coat and panic breath. My foot slid on garbage water. My bad wrist bent under his grip. Pain flashed white. I screamed. Not words, just sound. Mara threw herself at him from the side, injured shoulder and all. They both hit the trash bins. Lids clattered. Something spilled. Sour liquid splashed across my ankles. I fell to my knees. Inside, the cold line man was heading for the back door with the case. If he got down the stairs, into the alley, into one of the cars, it was over. The logs would be wiped. The case would vanish. And my fridge, my account, my voice approval, my apartment, everything would point back to me. Tessa was on the ground beneath the window, dazed but conscious, one hand pressed to her temple. Blood ran between her fingers, bright against her pale skin. Her diagnostic tablet lay half out of the tool bag. The cable was still attached. The partial logs. I saw the tablet. Then I saw the doorbell camera on my phone, still open in my hand somehow, screen smeared with dirt. The wedge. The front door. The fridge's voice approval. The old fear. Systems fail. But sometimes people can fail them back. I crawled to the window, grabbed the edge of the sash, and screamed into the kitchen. "Hey." The cold line man turned at the back door. I held up my phone. "I'm live streaming." I was. Not yet, but Mara, bless her, understood. "She is," Mara shouted from the ground, voice ragged. "To the cops and the neighbors. Face, plate, everything." The cold line man froze. The SUV man said, "She's bluffing." Tessa, still on the ground, reached into her jacket pocket with a shaking hand and pulled out a small key fob. She pressed it. The North Star van alarm erupted on the street. Horn, lights, chaos. The Bears hoodie neighbor yelled, "Police are coming. I got all of you on video." An upstairs window opened harder. A woman shouted, "Get away from them." The SUV man looked toward the street. The alley man loosened his grip on Mara. That was the breath. The tiny lull. 3 seconds where everyone recalculated. I used them. I shoved my phone through the open kitchen window. It hit the tile and skidded under the kitchen table, camera facing up. Then I reached for the first thing within reach inside my kitchen, the trailing cord of the toaster, plugged into the outlet near the table. I yanked. The toaster flew off the counter and crashed onto the floor. The cold line man startled and stepped back from the back door. Not enough. I grabbed the cord again and whipped it sideways at the small table. The table leg caught. The whole thing lurched. The second package, the torn insulation, and a ceramic bowl slid off and shattered. The cold line man stepped instinctively to avoid the shards. His foot landed on the pinkish wet trail he had carried in from the first meat box. His shoe slipped. He went down hard, elbow first, the biohazard case clattering across the tile. The case slid toward the fridge, stopped under the door. Tessa moved. I don't know how. She had blood on her face and one eye unfocused, but she shoved herself up, reached through the bars, and hooked the case handle with the pry bar she had picked up again. The cold line man lunged from the floor. His fingers caught the other side of the handle. For one horrible second, it was a tug of war through my kitchen window. Tessa outside, bleeding, the courier inside, coughing, me half over the sill, grabbing her jacket to keep her from being pulled through the bars, Mara wrestling upright behind us, both men in the gangway deciding whether to run or finish what they started. The case popped open. Not fully. The latch cracked. The lid lifted an inch. Cold vapor spilled out. Inside were small sealed vials nestled in foam, each with printed labels, barcodes, and red caps. Not organs, not a severed anything, not the nightmare my brain had prepared for. Specimens, blood or tissue samples, maybe medical, maybe research, maybe evidence. One vial snapped loose and rolled toward the fridge. The cold line man let go of the case to grab it. That was his mistake. Tessa yanked the case through the window bars. It scraped hard against the frame, cracked the plastic edge, and dropped into the gangway at my feet. The loose vial stayed inside. The cold line man snatched it up. Then the fridge spoke. Not in my voice this time. A neutral system voice. Chain of custody incomplete. Missing item detected. Every phone buzzed at once. Mine on the kitchen floor. The cold line man S, the SUV man S, maybe Tessa's tablet too. The cold line man stared at his screen. His face changed. Real fear. The SUV man saw it and swore. Move. He ran toward the front. The alley man ran toward the back. Mara tried to stand and nearly collapsed. I caught her with one arm. Her face had gone gray around the mouth. Tessa, I said. She was kneeling over the case, breathing hard, blood dripping from her chin onto the white plastic. Don't open it more. Is it dangerous? If sealed, maybe not. If broken, maybe. Don't touch the vials. Inside the apartment, the cold line man crawled toward the fridge with the loose vial. I saw what he was going to do. Put it back. Complete the chain. Make the system show success again. The police siren finally turned onto our block. Close now. Real. The SUV man heard it too. He shoved past the front of the gangway, sprinting toward the gray vehicle. The alley man disappeared through the rear gate. The cold line man stood in my kitchen, vial in his gloved hand, looking between the fridge and the back door. He could run. He could finish. He chose the fridge. I don't know why. Money, threats, fear of whoever was above him. Maybe all three. He opened the fridge door. Tessa shouted, "Don't let him close it." I didn't think. I grabbed the iron security bars with both hands, planted my one bare foot against the brick, and kicked the window sash upward with my clogged foot. The old sash jumped and slammed against its upper frame. The sudden movement startled him just enough. Mara, from beside me, grabbed the ceramic shard from the broken bowl that had landed near the window and threw it through the opening. It didn't hit him. It hit the fridge screen. The glass cracked in a spiderweb pattern. The fridge shrieked a short electronic squeal and flickered. The cold line man flinched, and the vial slipped from his gloved fingers. It hit the tile. It did not shatter. It bounced once, rolled beneath the fridge, and vanished into the dark gap under the grill. He dropped to his knees, reaching under. Red and blue lights washed across the front of the building. The first police cruiser stopped hard outside. Doors opened. Voices. Chicago police. The SUV engine roared. A crash followed immediately. Metal on metal. The gray SUV had tried to peel away from the curb and clipped the front corner of the North Star van, which Tessa's alarm had made impossible to ignore. The SUV lurched, mounted the curb, and stopped against a street tree with a sound like a giant can being crushed. The cold line man stopped reaching. For 1 second, he was just a man kneeling in my kitchen, bleeding tears from one eye, one glove smeared with something from the floor, surrounded by my broken bowl, my fallen toaster, my life kicked open. Then he put both hands up. The police came from both ends after that, not like saviors, more like whether finally arriving after the roof had already leaked. Loud, confused, weapons drawn until everyone shouted enough to be separated into victims, suspects, witnesses, maybe liars. Hands where I can see them. She's hurt. Don't touch the case. There's a man inside. My friend needs help. Back up, back up. An officer climbed through my front door with his gun drawn and found the cold line man in my kitchen. Another came into the gangway and nearly stepped on the biohazard case before Tessa screamed at him not to. Paramedics were called. Then more police. Then someone from hazmat, or maybe just a fire department unit trained to handle unknown medical shipments. I lost track. Mara sat on the wet ground against the brick wall, holding her shoulder, trying to joke and failing. "I think I dislocated my dignity," she said. I laughed once and then started crying so hard I couldn't breathe right. Tessa stayed awake long enough to tell the first officer that the case had been placed in my fridge by an unauthorized courier after a manipulated appliance workflow. She kept repeating, "Preserve the tablet," and "Do not power the unit," until a paramedic told her to stop talking. The cold line man was let out through my front door in cuffs. When he passed the porch, he looked at the plastic bin with the raw meat and then at me. "I didn't know it was a residence at first," he said. It was such a useless thing to say. A sentence built to save a small part of himself. I wanted to tell him that he had known by the time he knocked, by the time he said my name, by the time he came through the back, by the time he put the case in my fridge. But my throat hurt from pepper spray and screaming, and I had no spare strength to spend on his conscience. So I said nothing. They took him away. They took the man from the SUV too, bleeding from the forehead after the crash, but walking. The alley man was not caught then. He was simply gone through the back, into the service lane behind the garages, leaving the gate swinging open in the cold. Inside my apartment, the fridge remained open. The cracked screen blinked faintly. One message still pulsed through the broken glass. Missing item detected. Under my fridge, somewhere behind the lower grill, one sealed vial sat out of reach. And even with police in my kitchen, neighbors on the sidewalk, Mara alive beside me, and the white case finally out of their hands, I could not stop looking at that message. Missing item detected. Missing item detected. Missing item detected. The paramedic kept asking me what day it was. I knew the answer, but for some reason, the question made me angry. Tuesday, I said for the third time, sitting on the curb in front of my apartment building with a foil blanket around my shoulders and one bare foot tucked under my opposite knee. It's Tuesday. It's January. I'm in Logan Square. I know where I am. He was young, male, maybe 26, with a trimmed beard and the calm, practiced voice of someone who had learned not to take fear personally. His name tag said R. Mills, and he had already rinsed my eyes twice with saline until the cold water ran down my cheeks and into the collar of my sweatshirt. Just making sure, he said. I'm not concussed. Maybe not. But you inhaled pepper spray in a basement, ran upstairs, got grabbed, and then spent 10 minutes yelling through a window. That's a fair summary. He shined a small light into my left eye. Follow my finger. Across the street, the gray SUV sat with its front end folded around the trunk of a honey locust tree. Steam rose from the crumpled hood in soft white ribbons. A police officer had one hand on the roof while he spoke into his radio. Another officer was photographing the damage with a phone. The Cold Line car was still half a block down with its hazards blinking. The North Star van had a dented front quarter panel and an alarm that finally, mercifully, had been silenced. Tessa sat on the bumper with a blood-dark towel pressed to her forehead, arguing with a paramedic who wanted her on a stretcher. Even injured, she had the posture of someone who didn't like being managed. Mara was beside me on the curb, her left arm held in a sling made from a blue triangular bandage. Her shoulder was not dislocated, the paramedic said, but strained badly enough that she kept going quiet whenever she forgot and moved it. There was brick dust on her coat. Scrape ran along her jaw. She had not cried until the paramedic told her she needed an X-ray. Then she cried for about 6 seconds, furiously, wiped her face with her good hand, and said, "I hate hospitals more than I hate men with secret meat." That was Mara. If the boat was sinking, she would complain about the playlist. "You should go," I told her. "I am going. You should go now. You are not getting rid of me while your apartment is a crime scene." It's not officially a crime scene. A detective walked past carrying a paper evidence bag with my toaster cord coiled inside. Mara looked at me. "Fine," I said. "It's a little officially a crime scene." The inside of my apartment had been divided into zones with yellow tape. Not the dramatic kind stretched across the front like in television. Smaller strips across the kitchen doorway, around the fridge, along the floor where the courier had slipped. An officer with gloves photographed the broken ceramic bowl, the overturned chair, the pinkish smear from the meat box, and the patch of tile where the biohazard case had opened. The case itself had been taken by a fire department hazardous materials team in white Tyvek suits that made my kitchen look, briefly, like a contaminated lab. They moved slowly. No one rushed once they saw the biohazard sticker. One of them crouched by the fridge, peered beneath it with a flashlight, and said, "We've got the loose one." I was outside when they retrieved the vial from under the grill, but I saw it later in a photo. An officer accidentally angled toward me while speaking to another. Small, red-capped, intact. It looked almost harmless, the way dangerous things often do when they're designed by professionals. The detective who took my first statement was named Annika Rowe, 42, female, from Chicago, with close cropped hair and tired eyes that missed very little. She was careful with me, but not soft. I appreciated that. Soft made me feel like glass. She asked me to start at the beginning, so I told her about the notification. The first box, the meat list, Mara's referral email, the voice approval that sounded like me, Denise from Freshbox, the fake cooling failure, the man at the door, the basement, the breaker, Tessa, the wipe timer, the case. I talked until my voice cracked. Detective Rowe wrote in a small notebook, occasionally stopping me to clarify times. 6:17 was the first delivery notification. You physically brought the first package inside. I dragged it in, then put it back outside in a storage bin. Did you open it? No. Did you sign for anything? No. Did you authorize any grocery subscription? No. Did you know either of the men before today? No. She looked up at that one, not because she doubted me exactly, but because the world had taught her that people often knew the edges of things before they admitted the shape. I understood. No, I said again. I didn't. He nodded and wrote it down. The first hard truth came around 11 that morning in the emergency room at Northwestern Memorial, while Mara got her shoulder scanned, and I sat in the waiting area wearing hospital socks because no one had found my missing clog. Detective Rowe called. "They're not Freshbox employees," she said. The waiting room television was playing a cooking segment with the sound off. A woman in a red sweater was smiling over a skillet. I watched her mouth move while the detective spoke. "The courier you pepper sprayed has a contract history with medical logistics companies," Rowe continued. "Cold chain transport, tissue samples, blood products, clinical trial materials. Cold Line appears to be a subcontractor, but the route attached to your address was falsified. What about the SUV man? Also logistics, different company. We're still sorting relationships. And the third man, not yet identified." I gripped the phone harder. "The one who got away?" "Yes." "What was in the vials?" "I can't give you details yet." "Were they dangerous?" A pause. "Potentially sensitive," she said. "That's not the same answer." "No." The cooking segment cut to a close-up of chopped herbs. Detective Rowe exhaled quietly. "Based on what I know right now, there's no indication you or your neighbors were exposed to anything. The vial under the fridge was intact. The case was damaged, but inner seals held." I closed my eyes. For one breath, that was enough. Then it was. "Why my fridge?" "We're looking at that. Tessa said it had some commercial custody mode." "That seems accurate." "Seems. We need the manufacturer's records. They can just tell you. They can be compelled. I didn't like how long that sounded. What about the voice approval? We recovered the file from your phone recording and Tessa's partial diagnostic poll. It may have been synthesized or replayed from prior audio. We don't know yet. My fridge recorded enough of me to approve orders in my voice. It may not be that simple. It feels pretty simple. I understand. I almost laughed because Denise from Freshbox had said the same thing while my morning was still pretending to be customer service. Detective Rowe continued, "Your landlord is cooperating. The appliance was not new when installed. It was refurbished. Troy said it was new." Troy may have believed that. That sentence had a lot of room in it. After the call, I sat with the phone in my lap and watched the silent cooking show move from herbs to sauce. A nurse called someone else's name. A child coughed wetly into his sleeve. Mara texted from the imaging room, "Still alive, shoulder dramatic but attached." I typed back, "Good. My dignity is also bruised but attached." She responded, "Liar. Your dignity fled in one clog." I smiled, but it didn't last long. When I finally went back to the apartment that evening, I did not go in alone. Detective Rowe had arranged for an officer to meet me there so I could collect basics for a few nights away. Mara's cousin had offered me her guest room in Wicker Park. Mara insisted I take it. I did not argue. I had used up my arguing for the day. The building looked ordinary from the outside again, which felt insulting. The gray SUV was gone. The North Star van was gone. The Cold Line car was gone. The porch had been rinsed, but the plastic storage bin remained by the railing, empty now. Its inside washed too clean. Someone had thrown away my welcome mat. The iron fence still leaned slightly near the gate, where one of the men had pushed through too hard. My upstairs neighbor, Elise Warren, 29, female, a paralegal from Milwaukee, who I mostly knew through package mix-ups and polite hallway smiles, opened her door when she heard me in the hall. She was wrapped in a cardigan, eyes wide behind round glasses. "Lena," she said, "are you okay? No one asks that because they expect yes. I'm staying somewhere else tonight." "Good." She looked embarrassed by how quickly she said it. Then she added, "I mean, not good, just after today." "I know." My partner and I gave statements. We saw the man in the alley, not his face, but his jacket, and the SUV. "Thank you." She hugged her cardigan tighter. "Your fridge was still making noises after they took the case out." The hallway seemed to narrow around us. "What kind of noises?" "Just clicking, like when a hard drive is dying. Maybe they were unplugging it. The breaker was off." "Oh," she looked toward my apartment door. "So probably nothing," she said. "People say that when they want both of you to leave the thought behind." Inside, the apartment smelled like bleach, cold air, and something faintly spoiled beneath it. The windows were open. The kitchen looked both familiar and ruined. My mug still sat on the counter, coffee untouched from that morning. A skin dried across the top like old paint. One cabinet hung open. The floor had been cleaned in patches, but not everywhere. The outline of evidence markers remained in my mind even after they'd been removed. The fridge was still there. Of course it was. No one had hauled it away yet. The manufacturer wanted a certified transport, The police wanted chain of custody documentation. The landlord wanted to know who was paying for the wall damage before moving anything. Every system had its own form, its own delay, its own tiny kingdom. The cracked screen was dark. The door was sealed with evidence tape. I stood in front of it longer than I meant to. The officer near the hallway said gently, "Ma'am, sorry. I packed like I was evacuating a place I might never fully return to. Laptop, chargers, 2 sweaters, toothbrush, medication, passport, because fear makes you gather strange documents. The framed photo of me and Mara at the lake in Wisconsin, both of us sunburned and holding dripping popsicles. A jar of peanut butter, which made the officer glance at me. I'm vegetarian, I said. He did not know what to do with that, so he nodded. In the bedroom, I changed out of the sweatshirt I'd worn all day. It had pepper spray on one sleeve and a brown smear near the hem I didn't want identified. I put it in a garbage bag instead of the hamper. My hands would not stop shaking. Not dramatically, just enough to make small things hard. Zippers, bottle caps, the little clasp on my necklace. Each failure made me angrier, and the anger was useful until it was. When I came back through the kitchen, my phone connected automatically to the apartment Wi-Fi. A banner dropped down. Smart home hub unavailable. Some devices offline. I turned Wi-Fi off so fast I nearly dropped the phone. The officer saw. "You okay?" "Yes," I said. Then, because I was trying to stop lying in small ways, I added, "No, but yes enough." The next week was paperwork and soreness. Mara's shoulder turned purple, then yellow at the edges. She wore the sling for 4 days and complained constantly, which meant she was scared but recovering. Tessa needed 6 stitches near her hairline and had a mild concussion. North Star placed her on paid leave while their legal department decided whether she had violated procedure by forcing open my window or saved everyone from a worse lawsuit. She sent me one text through Detective Rowe, short and practical. Do not let landlord reconnect fridge. Photograph every notice. Back up your phone. I did all of that. Troy left 3 voicemails before I answered. Roy Blevins, 54, male, my landlord from Oak Park, usually spoke in a cheerful rush that made every maintenance issue sound like a misunderstanding between friends. This time, he sounded smaller. "Lena, I had no idea that unit was configured like that," he said. "The supplier said refurbished, yes, but certified. I never would have, Troy." He stopped. "Remove it." "Of course, absolutely. We're coordinating with no replacement smart appliance." No, standard fridge. Basic. No screen, no camera, no microphone. Right, obviously, no app, yes. And I want that in writing. A pause, then quietly, "You'll have it today." He did send it. Mara read it twice and made me save 3 copies. Freshbox sent an apology email that had clearly passed through lawyers. It said an unauthorized third party exploited an integration pathway. It said my subscription had been deactivated. It said they took customer trust seriously. It offered me 6 months of free service. Mara stared at the email in disbelief. Free meat, free grocery credit. Still, I'm not using it. Frame it. I deleted it. Then recovered it from trash because Detective Rowe had told me not to delete anything. That became my life for a while, wanting things gone, then keeping them as evidence. The official explanation, the one Detective Rowe could share after 2 weeks, was incomplete, but solid enough to keep me from imagining monsters in every appliance. The fridge had previously belonged to a private culinary research company that also leased cold storage units for medical logistics overflow. Before being refurbished for residential use, it should have been wiped and stripped of commercial custody software. It was. Someone with access to a logistics vendor database found the dormant unit ID when it came back online in my apartment, then exploited connected grocery and delivery integrations to create a plausible chain of events. Meat subscription, perishable urgency, cooling failure, service ticket, custody transfer. The raw meat was camouflage, not random, not symbolic, just messy, legal-ish, and urgent enough to make a vegetarian panic, call support, open doors, move things around, contaminate the scene with normal perishables. The referral to Mara had likely been an automated social feature triggered through my compromised Freshbox account, not a threat. That should have comforted me. It didn't. It meant even the accidental parts could hurt. The voice approval remained murkier. They suspected a short replay or generated clip stitched from audio collected by the fridge over weeks. Enough to approve, not enough to fool a human who knew me well. Machines did not require love, history, or nuance. They just required a waveform close enough to pass. The escaped alley man was still unidentified. Detective Rowe told me that with a flatness I understood as honesty. "We may find him through the others," she said. "We may not." And the vials recovered. What were they? I can't disclose specifics. I can say they were part of an illegal diversion from a clinical transport route, not intended for use against you. That phrase stayed with me. Not intended for use against you. As if accidental danger had better manners. A month later, a basic refrigerator arrived. White. No screen. No Wi-Fi. No water dispenser. It had a freezer on top and a vegetable drawer that squeaked. The delivery men were from a normal appliance company, and Troy came himself, maybe to prove he was taking responsibility, maybe because Mara had threatened legal action in a tone that made even me sit up straighter. I stood in the living room while they removed the smart fridge. The evidence tape had already been cleared. The police had extracted what they needed. The manufacturer had inspected it under supervision. Still, when the men tilted it onto a dolly, something inside shifted with a soft clack. Everyone heard it. One delivery man said, "Shelf, probably." The smart fridge rolled out through the front door, across the new welcome mat Mara had bought me as a joke. It said "probably not haunted," which I hated and loved in equal measure. After they installed the basic fridge, I opened it and stood there staring at the empty shelves. No camera blinked back. No screen suggested dinner. The silence from it was mechanical and honest. That night, Mara came over with soup from a Thai place on Armitage, because neither of us wanted to cook. She moved carefully, still protecting her shoulder, and I noticed she sat facing the door without mentioning it. I noticed because I had chosen the chair that let me see both the front hallway and the kitchen. Trauma makes interior designers of us all. We ate at the small table, the same one that still had a gouge in one leg from where I'd yanked the toaster cord around it. The broken bowl had been thrown away. The toaster, too. I had replaced neither. Mara lifted her spoon. To boring appliances, and to never accepting free meat from strangers. I was already committed to that, she smiled. For a little while, it was almost normal. Soup steam fogged the window. A bus sighed at the stop down the block. Upstairs, Elise laughed at something, the sound traveling faintly through the old floorboards. The radiator ticked, steady and dumb. Then my phone lit up on the table. Both of us looked. A notification. My stomach tightened before I even read it. Unknown accessory detected near you. It was just a Bluetooth tracking alert. The kind phones send now when someone's tag or device seems to be moving with you. Probably one of Mara's school gadgets. Probably a neighbor's. Probably the delivery men had left something in the truck nearby, and the phone had misunderstood. Probably. Mara reached for her own phone. Mine too, she said. We sat very still. The basic fridge hummed behind me. No screen, no camera, no voice, just a compressor turning on. Mara swallowed. Could be nothing. I nodded. Could be one of the cops' evidence tags from earlier, she said. That was weeks ago. Could be my tote. Kids put weird stuff in my bag all the time. Check it. We emptied her tote onto the table. Sketchbooks, receipts, a granola bar smashed flat, a roll of masking tape, 3 markers without caps, a small clay tool, loose pennies, and 1 blue nitrile glove folded into the bottom seam. Neither of us touched it at first. It might have been from the hospital, from Tessa, from one of the paramedics, from that morning in the gangway when everyone and everything had been on the ground. It could have stuck to the tote then, unnoticed. It could have. Mara picked it up with 2 fingers and dropped it into a zip-top bag without a word. I texted Detective Roa Fodo. She answered 20 minutes later. Bag it. I'll send someone tomorrow. Don't panic, I showed Mara. Don't panic, she read. Helpful, extremely. We finished the soup because letting it get cold felt like giving the glove too much power. After Mara left, I locked the door, then checked it, then checked the back, then checked the windows. I did not put a chair under the handle. I wanted to. I stood there with my hand on the dining chair and made myself leave it where it was. Progress, maybe, looks ridiculous from the outside. In bed, I listened to the new fridge cycle on and off through the wall. A plain sound, a normal sound. Still, sometime after midnight, I woke with my phone in my hand and the grocery app open, though I didn't remember unlocking it. There were no orders, no subscriptions, no meat, just my saved list: oats, lentils, spinach, coffee, oat milk. I closed the app, turned the phone face down. In the kitchen, the refrigerator clicked once as it settled into its cooling cycle. I waited for it to speak. It didn't. And eventually, because ordinary life is stubborn and the body cannot stay braced forever, I slept. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.